All right, guys, we're back, and we're gonna be grinding more KOTOR. That is Knights of the Old Republic. We're playing the first one, guys. We're currently on Tatooine. Actually, we got one race left to beat, and then we'll be moving right along onto our next planet. So aside from that, guys, we've now escaped a planet, went to Dantooine. We did our Jedi training, got our lightsabers, and now we're basically going from planet to planet to basically, I think what we're doing is we're completing a star map, so that we can go and find this forge. So that's the plan right now, guys. We're about to get everything up and running in KOTOR. We're gonna be right back at it. Also, just had a shirt drop today, arrived in the mail. I don't know if you'll be able to see the back real well, but I want to show this real quick. Well, on the back we got iAchieve Saga grinder. I couldn't think of like a good catchy like phrase or name to go with, and it was basically me trying to decide between, do I want to have Marathon or Saga on there? And that's what I ended up with. But just had the shirt come in today. Pretty sick. Actually, I designed it myself. And technically it's the second shirt I've ever messed with. And I feel like this one's a lot cleaner than my other one. My other one didn't turn out nearly as well as I was hoping. But I'm really liking this, man. It's got, I put the basically my channel crest on there, just real big. Now it does kind of bother me how the graphic is like, I can feel it, man. Like it just feels so different where the graphic sits, and it feels thick. And so I'm almost tempted to go with like another design where I just put a smaller channel crest just like right on the chest here or here, like left or right chest. But this is what I got, man, and I kind of dig it. I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of enjoying it. So yeah, I've been happy to have this thing come in today. And you guys can already tell. That's the exact logo we have right here, up there in the corner. That logo, that channel crest, we put on our shirt. But yeah. Anyways, guys, we're gonna jump back into things. Let me get some things kind of moved around real quick. We're gonna switch over to our other scene where we'll get the game pulled up, and we are playing KOTOR on original Xbox, guys. Just to kind of show you guys real quick what we're working with. We got the Duke controller. Look at this, guys. Duke controller, right? We got the OG Xbox. We got KOTOR, baby. KOTOR! So yeah, we're gonna be jumping right into this. So let's kind of get everything moved over, and we'll get to working on that. Let's go ahead and switch over. Start this bad boy up. Might even get that old school original Xbox launch screen. Oh, 100%. Let's go. Oh man, I love seeing the screen, man. This dashboard screen brings back so many memories. Can I? Oh yeah, I can hear that. No problem. Let's go, guys. Yeah, so we are on the original Xbox. About to pop in some KOTOR. And we have KOTOR. We have a hard copy of KOTOR. So guys, this is what we're popping in. Disc, straight up disc. We're playing disc games again, believe it or not. Yeah, guys, if you're just now tuning into the channel, We are currently live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and TikTok. All you guys have to do is look up iAchieve or iAchieve Studios. You guys will catch me on my Star Wars marathon grind that I got going right now. And actually, guys, we just started up the Star Wars marathon grind on May 4th, and we're probably gonna go for a few hard months. I mean, back in October, I decided to start grinding out majority of the Lord of the Rings video games, starting with stuff on like OG Xbox, older consoles, and kind of working my way through. So from October until May 4th, we were grinding nothing but Lord of the Rings. And now, guys, from May 4th, probably Z Sweaty, thank you so much for the like on the live, man. I saw you coming through. Let's go, dude. But yeah, we're probably gonna keep grinding. We'll be grinding Star Wars for probably the next 6 months. So you guys can expect for the most part, you guys can expect nothing but Star Wars until probably around October or November. So yeah, I'm just trying to work my way through. We're starting with older games. We're gonna work our way up all the way up to Star Wars Outlaws, which is a newer Star Wars release. And honestly, my hope right now, guys, I want to play that new pod. It's not really pod racing, it's like speed racing or something. Like, it's a speed racing game, Star Wars Speed Racer or something like that. But dude, I'm waiting for that game. I want that game to release at the end of my Star Wars marathon grind, and I want that to kind of be the last game I play. It's gonna be a sick way to kind of like end the marathon in October. And KC, you said, dude, did you beat it? Are you talking about what are you talking about? Nah, this is not a brand new start. I'm still rolling, man. I'm still rolling. I've only completed, so I got past Dantooine. I'm almost done with Tatooine, and then I'm about to move on to my next planet. So I still got a little ways to go, man. More like, you said we doing from the start. What up, Michael? What's going on in chat, man? Dude, so I am still currently on my grind. Also, I need to change my input real quick. Peep the shirt while I'm here, guys. I don't know if you guys notice. If you look at the logo in the bottom right, and then you look at my shirt, I mean, the green screen's doing its weird number on it, but I got to playing around with like a little shirt design, so so grind is where all RPG players are, lol. But yeah, dude, no, so I'm a little bit through. I got like 18 hours in, but I've also been taking my time because it's been my first ever playthrough of the game. So I've been learning all the mechanics. I've been learning about all of the different like dialogue, and there's kind of a lot getting thrown at you, and they're not holding your hand as you go about things. So it's just taking me a second to kind of get through some of this stuff. But what's cool is after I beat this game, I will go through and play KOTOR 2. Right now I'm doing a light side playthrough on KOTOR 1, and then KOTOR 2 we're gonna make all the bad choices. We're gonna choose the dark side. But yeah, dude, so when you hit the big spoiler, you need to post your reaction to your channel. Bet, Casey? Bet? And I'm assuming I'll know exactly what the spoiler is whenever I get to it. I want to see, do we have anything that, I mean, we're better off with Sigil. All right. I think I'm kind of all right here with my upgrade bench. Yo, Casey, thank you so much for the follow, man. Let's go, dude. Hey, do you guys know what I can do with these little geeskas? These little frog hopping looking things, bro. They look like giant toads. That's what they look like. I don't know what to do with these things though, because these are the only options: pet it, kill it, pick it up, leave it alone. And I think I've done pick it up and pet it, and nothing happens. So it's like either we kill it or we just leave it alone. Maybe we bring someone in and they do something. I don't know. That's like one thing I have yet to figure out is these little things. I don't know what to do about them. But then I do need to go do a swoop race. I've got a tier 3 swoop race I've got to beat. I was hard stuck on it the other day, and I've yet to actually beat it, if I'm being honest. I have yet to beat it. So that's kind of my main goal right now. I want to finish the swoop race. Maybe I figure out what to do with those little Giskas, and then hopefully we're on our way to another planet and literally going through the entire quest grind again for another planet. And I assume we just repeat the process a few times before we hit end game. Like I know I've been told that like it doesn't really take you that long to get through the game, but the fact that I'm new to everything it's just been it's kind of forced me to take my time with it.
Statement.
Who can help me with my stowaway problem? That I don't get that. And that's another thing that we have yet to solve. We have a child on board on our ship. Heard any off-world rumors? Maybe? Everyone else talks about Tars, and the Sith, and the stirring of change. Could be good for business, could be bad for business. All that we know is that the wise people keep low, stay out of the way. Something to always remind your other half, or if you have one. We might have one. We have one that we share a special connection with through the Force, if that means anything. Oh, and you're saying, Casey, you're saying no doubt, dude. Yo, what up, Lewis? What's going on, man? You said just started playing KOTOR yesterday. I haven't played since like 2008, and you never beat the game. Gotcha. Dude, at least you played it, man. I never even played it. This is literally my first ever playthrough, so I'm having to like learn everything from scratch. Like it sounds like the game doesn't really take all that long to get through if you really know what you're doing, but like everything's been so new to me that it's been taking a second to like figure out the strategies and upgrades and just like figuring out where to go with everything, man. And then also the maps, I'm brand new to the maps. I don't know my way around them. So it's like also, that's another thing, dude. Like if I knew all the maps through and through, this would be like, I'm sure this would be an absolute breeze to kind of get through. But dude, yeah, no, it's, the combat's a very unique with it being kind of like a live action turn-based style. It's not my preference for combat. But dude, they did such a good job with the damn story of the game and the plot and everything that's going on, man. Like that's what's really dragged me in is their storytelling in the game, man. So I feel you put a good amount of time into this one. LOL. Check out Jade Empire if you like it. Bet the style from them was super popular back then. Gotcha, dude. Oh yeah, dude. So like, yeah, I'm sure I still got a lot to learn in this game because, I mean, Tatooine was the only. I think this is like technically the 3rd planet I've been to. What is this? Is he gonna try to kill us? Forgive me for the intrusion, human. My name is Seni Vic. I believe you dropped this data pad and I wish to return it to you. We didn't drop anything. What's he talking about? I'm certain you did, human. Please take the data pad. It's yours, I'm sure. Why is he putting this on us, man? What is going on? He is setting us up. That's what he's doing. He's gonna set us up and then people are gonna come after us and try to kill us. I know it. I just know it. These guys are so fishy, man, on Tatooine. He said, did you ever play Dragon Age? BioWare RPGs are so special. Gotcha. I've heard of Dragon Age, but I've never played it. I've never played that before. I'm gonna be honest. Oh man. I've played a lot of different Star Wars games though. That's been kind of like my goal is to grind through like the vast majority of Star Wars games that have released. Like Star Wars The Clone Wars, Star Wars Episode 3. I think Star Wars Episode 3 was made by EA. That's like one of the movie, they're like movie games. That's what Episode 3 kind of was. But yeah, dude, like I'm trying to think of what else. I think I got a few more here. Hold on. Okay. So like, I mean, obviously, Knights of the Old Republic 1, Knights of the Old Republic 2. But like, what I want to show you was like Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I'm basically just trying to go through and play all of the different Star Wars games. Going through a major Star Wars phase right now. There's Episode 3. What we got something on 360 here. We got Star Wars: The Clone Wars Republic Heroes. It's a nice little side scroller game, super chill, like kind of dig it. Yo, what up, Wild Rides? He said, "Shoulda, woulda, weeba, neeba." I love it. Oh, I want to show you something else, Lewis. Hold on. So, we got a steel box limited edition cover. I think it's a limited edition cover. I don't know if you guys ever played Star Wars: The Force Unleashed back in the day, but we have a steel box cover, which is pretty sick. That comes with, you got 2 CDs. One is for DLC, one is main game. So like it's kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. Like this cover, I love it, man. Retro Island Gaming really came through here. Like this was, dude. And in the back of it's so crazy looking. Like I love this thing, man. This was like 100% worth the buy, even if I stream from my Xbox One and play those games, just because it'd be more optimized, or optimized a little better than like playing on OG 360. But like, dude, that case is rocking. I mean, I will never. This thing is probably the coolest case I've ever acquired. Oh yeah, but you're saying The Force Unleashed was the best game in the world when you were 11. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Luke. That's what I'm saying. I grinded those when I was a kid, and I loved them. Is it some cool older ones? Yep. The ones that you're mentioning, Republic Commando and Jedi Academy. I plan on playing those. So like that's just a couple of them that I kind of have on my I have a pretty big list of like Star Wars games to get through, but those 2 are for sure on the list. Force Unleashed 1 and 2 are gonna be my 360 era games. I also showed Clone Wars, Republic Heroes, another 360 game. And then I do plan on getting a Kinect and trying the Star Wars Kinect game as well. So like there really weren't a lot of Star Wars games on the 360, which blew my mind, but like vast majority are either more of your modern era type games, which is PC or Xbox Series S or Series X. But yeah, dude, I got big plans, dude. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I'm basically just committing hard to this grind, and I'm loving it. That's what I did with Lord of the Rings, and now I'm doing it with Star Wars. And then I don't know, man. I don't know where to go after this. Like, I started collecting a lot of the Spider-Man games, which is another universe for me to dig into, because there's actually a decent amount of Spider-Man games, and it's come a long ways, especially since I played the OG Spider-Man game on original Xbox. And I think that released in like 2002, which that's another game I just got into to kind of complete and finish my Spider-Man collection. but like there's series or universes of entire games out there that I've been trying to like kind of collect and get my hands on. Grand Theft Auto's another one. I have Grand Theft Auto 3. I got Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Vice City. I got 4 and 5 on my PC, which those will be sick with Chaos mod. We're gonna go. I don't want it. Oh, what is this? This is no game. I simply saw you drop this data pad and wish to give you back. I think he's trying to kill us, man. I think the data pad's gonna blow up in our face.
How can I help?
Oh, we got to speak with her again, man. They keep bringing us back to this dialogue. You said that's awesome. You're looking forward to watching. Dude, let's go, Lewis. Hell yeah, man. Oh, dude, yeah. So I got a lot of games to get through, but I want it to take a long time. It's one of those deals, man, where I like the fact that it's gonna take me months and months, because it gives me something to always play. Like I've never lost in what I'm doing. I'm never wondering, oh, when am I gonna play this night or this night? Like I have a nice set schedule, and like the only time things might change is on the weekends, and then maybe occasionally on a Wednesday night. But like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you can always expect me to just stick to the same grind. And usually like the only things that get in the way is like if I go and have dinner with the family, or if we go out and do something, then I mean I won't be able to stream. But majority of the time, dude, I'm here grinding this stuff. How can I help? You want to speak to me? Can you show me one of your visions again? Okay.
I can try. What would you like me to recall?
The vision we had on Tatooine. Okay.
I shall do my best. Calm your mind and remember.
That was sick. I mean, technically we don't. We've already been here and we've already collected that thing, so. Wasn't at all what I wanted.
I am confident that you can.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. She's gonna put it back on me. No one wants to help with the stowaway problem, bro.
Tatooine is a dry planet that has not been inhabited long and has little law. This town of Anchorhead may be its only settlement. Beyond that, there is little else I can tell you.
All right.
Yes, I did. I wanted to speak to you about our mission.
About the mission?
And what lies ahead for us. It seems fate or the Force
driving us into a confrontation with the Dark Lord. Dude, I love this.
For when we face Malak, the confrontation will be difficult for you. I remember how hard it was.
I can't wait to take Malak down. I so badly just want to face him right now, even though I know I'm not ready. Is it true you killed Darth Revan?
It's true that due to my battle meditation, I was with the Jedi strike team that boarded Revan's ship.
Hey.
We did not kill Revan, however.
Did not kill Revan. Oh.
Our mission was to capture Revan if possible. It was Malak who turned on his own master, firing upon Revan's ship while we were still on board it.
No way. I didn't know.
It was his desire to kill us and his master both. Thankfully, we narrowly escaped the vessel as
I just realized something. Malak was obsessed with trying to kill her on Taurus, and so he ordered his guys to bombard the planet. He did not care. He was going out of his way to take her out, and he failed once again. And I didn't realize that that's what happened. I didn't know that's how Revan died. That's insane to me. It was his desire to kill us and his master both. Thankfully, we narrowly escaped the vessel as it exploded. I didn't know that was even a thing, man. I did not know that was a thing. That's insane. So Malak did your job for you?
As I said, We were there to capture Revan alive. The Jedi do not believe in killing their prisoners. No one deserves execution.
Yo, what up,
no
Ian?
matter what
Thanks for coming
everyone
through the stream, man.
Remember that
It's a
Revan
guy I
and
love
Malak were
KOTOR.
once
Go
great Jedi,
KOTOR,
heroes
bro.
in every sense
Good
of the
deal.
word.
Good
To
deal,
demonstrate
man.
the danger of the dark side to us all.
I'm playing through my
So I
first ever
really shouldn't
playthrough
speak
on
of
it.
this anymore. The memory of my
I've never played it
confrontation with
before.
Revan is
Before this
Let's return to the mission, please.
playthrough. I've been on it. I think I'm like 18 hours in, but like since I'm so new to everything, I've just been trying to figure out the game and learn the mechanics. And another big part I realized is learning the maps and just knowing where to go. Like if I knew the maps through and through, like I'm sure I could fly through this game a lot quicker. But like, dude, no, I've just been kind of chilling, taking my time, and been trying to pay attention to some of the lore drops that they're putting out there. And dude, like honestly, the combat, it's probably not one of my favorite like combat systems, but I do love how unique and different it is compared to anything I see nowadays. But not only that, man, like the story is so good. The plot that they have going on with Revan and Malak, dude. Like I wish this was a straight up movie. Like this stuff is so damn good, man, and I've just been drawn in ever since like the first night of playing. Mostly from all that, man. Like it's been nuts to me. I think I do have to go do some races. I've just been kind of chilling for a bit, but we're gonna get into some races here. I need to turn around right behind me. Swoop registration. Yep. Let's go there. Yo, what up, Tiz? Welcome to the stream, man. You said you love KOTOR. Let's go. I will say this, guys. Right now, I'm doing a light side playthrough here on KOTOR 1, and whenever we do beat this game, my plan is to move on to KOTOR 2 and do a dark side playthrough. So like I can't wait to do that, or to kind of mix that up there. And it's a great outfit, Zachary. Oh man, also you guys notice the logo in the bottom right of the screen? That's my little it's a little crest emblem I made, right? It's not my actual logo, but it's a little crest emblem I made, and I slapped it on this shirt. But yeah, dude, shirt just came in today, so I was like pretty excited to get this thing. Said you love the light, bet. Seth, you're saying that you played 1 and 2 to death? Dude, that's sick. Let's go. Guys, you guys are going crazy right now. Oh, dude. Tiz, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Like, that's what I've noticed. So, guys, like, back in October, from October till May 4th, I grinded nothing but Lord of the Rings games. Like, I love Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is, like, my #1 favorite universe of all time right now. And then it's Star Wars. So like I grinded nothing but Lord of the Rings games from October to May 4th, going through just about all of them, old and new. What I realized, man, like you're not wrong. They do not make games like they used to. Like Jonathan's coming through. Let's go, dude. Yes. Welcome back, man. Thank you so much for the like and the live. Dude, Ian, I've been enjoying it so far. Oh wait. What do you say? Well, another swoop jock come to give a track a try. It's just a 20 credit timing fee for recreational runs. Have to do runs for fun just to work on my abilities to drive this thing? Like, nah, I'm good. Let me just go straight to the mode of the hut and I'll save. I'll do the classic. Save the game. If we fail, we'll load the save back up, and that way we never lose credits. To the latest BioWare game, like this is Dragon Age Inquisition. It's from 2014. That's the latest one? You're telling me BioWare doesn't have any like newer stuff than 2014? Oh, also, Jonathan, look at the shirt, man. Look at the shirt. I had this come in today. It kind of matches. If you guys look down there in the bottom right corner of the screen, I pretty much just slapped that thing on the shirt, and then on the back I put iAchieve / well, it just says iAchieve, pretty much iAchieve Saga grinder is what it says. Tiz, you said people want games to guide them through without having to use their brains to get through them. Yeah, that's true. Hey man, like I'm like 50-50 on that, because like sometimes I like to just be able to shut my brain off and just kind of chill, which I'm not gonna lie, with this game I'm able to do a little bit here and there with like some of the dialogue. I'm able to catch a little bit of a break with dialogue, which I love. We're gonna go swoop racing. Ooh, you said that they released a Dragon Age game a year or two ago, and it got pretty negative reception. That's tough. That's always a tough one, man. Ooh, Jonathan, you missed it earlier? Dude, this is another thing I got in today. So I got the shirt in, and then through USPS, I got this game cover. It's a steel cover box game case of the Force Unleashed Ultimate Sith Edition. This thing is cool as shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look, bro, look at the back. Look at the art on the back. Like, it is so damn cool. I love this, man. And then it comes with, I get a couple discs as well, which one has like the DLC and downloadable content, and then the other one's the game. But dude, like, it's so cool. Oh, Tiz, I am going to, man. This is like, I'm literally just taking my time through some of this. I've been enjoying some of that dialogue a lot. Not gonna lie, like the dialogue's what sometimes gets me too. No, dude, set me up with a race. All right, I haven't played. I'm gonna see if I can get out of this. I don't think I can, but I think I've already negotiated. Yes, I've already negotiated, so we're gonna pay 100. Jonathan coming through with the gifts, much appreciated, Jonathan. I see a GG, a Rose. I don't even know what the other gifts were, but I see them. I see them. I just can't quite tell what they are. Ooh, I wonder. I'm trying to figure out. I'm wondering like where my sound alerts. I don't even know if my sound alerts were coming through or not. Did you guys hear a gift of honor? The fellowship grows richer. That's like the sound alert I have set up, but like I don't know if it was going through or not. It definitely came through on my end, but all right, let's do this. Here we go, another swoop race. Are we going to fail again? We had one night where we probably failed this about 6 or 7 times over, and I gave up. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, let's do this. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Let's go. Come on, come on. 22:52. That's our best time yet. Let's go. Let's go. I'm pretty sure that's our best time yet. But I still don't know if I beat whatever the time was because I wasn't paying attention. That's what I do. Sometimes I space out and don't pay attention to what they're saying on it, but what's he gonna say? Did I beat it? Winners draw the crowd, not lazy times like that. Are you sure you were up to the competition? I failed. Yep. But I think that was like one of my best times. So that's at least progress on my end. So do you think you need 19? Gotcha. Oh, are you talking like 22:19? Because I think I was at like 22:51. That was like that was one of my better times too. That's what's crazy, and I've had so many attempts at this thing. Take my credits, load my game. Let's do this. Like, Is there no way that I can upgrade my swoop machine, or like would I drive, or do I just have to hit every pad on there? Because like this tier 3 race has been a real struggle. I've had to replay this a lot of times already. It said no, like 19 seconds. Jake Smithfield, thank you so much for the follow, man. Much appreciated, dude. Welcome to the stream. He said it took you a while too. Gotcha. Dude, yeah, like there's gonna be some trick to this. There's gonna be some other way other than me just playing it over and over and over until I have a good run, you know? Like that's what I'm kind of relying on is to get a good run. It was harder on the phone. Oh shoot. Yo, what up, A1? Coming through with a like on the live, man. Just gotta hit perfect, really. Gotcha. Dude, thank you so much for the gifts. Y'all are going nuts. Bro, A1, I ordered a custom shirt, man. I don't know if you saw my story, but I had this bad boy come in earlier today, and then dude, I ended up getting a steel box cover for the Force Unleashed, and this thing is so sick. I'm pretty sure it's a brand new copy, and I get my DLC disc along with the game disc. Dude, thank you so much for the gifts once again. Holy cow. Are those are my sound notifications coming through for those? I don't know if they did or not. I think I'm gonna keep my I need to keep my actual like audio bars up. And also we got a light coming through over on YouTube. Let's go. Okay, so we're loading back in. We're gonna do that business with Nico. Yes, the contract trouble I've been having. Have you talked to the boy? You don't get paid until he signs. I'll see what I can do. Wait, where is Nico? Oh, I think, okay. I think I have to beat the tier 3 race and then I can speak to Nico. Jonathan is saying bars on bars. Man's got bars for days. Alright, let's get back to this. Yo, A1, you said A1, what's up, bro? Check out the store. See the shirt? Yes, sir. Dude, I was just playing around. Put the shirt on, took a few pics. I was like, hey, you'll be able to see the back of it. Cause like right now, I don't know, it'd be kind of weird, kind of awkward to turn around, but like I even took a picture of the back and just, it's technically like my second ever shirt design. The first one was more like a failed attempt and it didn't turn out like I was hoping. Oh yeah, we gotta pay the 100 credits. That was the annoying thing about this. We already negotiated once. You said, how's the stream going today? Dude, it's been pretty fun. There for a minute, I don't know, I think there for a minute, there was probably like 8 to 10 people in chat, and everything was like moving so fast, and I just like couldn't even progress my game. I was over here trying to keep up with chat for a minute, but it was really fun talking to everyone. But no, it's been an absolute blast so far. There we go, we got our G Fuel in, man. It's the weekend, which means I can go a little bit later tonight. Oh, no. Bad start. I want to restart this already. Missed it. No, we got that one. Those are, I swear, these things are sometimes just hit and miss. How are we missing those? I don't get how we're missing some of those. 2373, garbage time. Garbage time. We need to get better at those. Do you guys know, do I technically have to beat this race, or am I able to just progress the game without beating it? Because this has been a struggle. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this has been an absolute struggle. This is probably like my second night of trying to just grind this out and beat this one race. And we just keep pulling the save back up, loading it back into it so we don't lose credits. Otherwise we'd be broke by now. So you don't have to beat it. Gotcha. It's like one of those things, I really want to beat it, but I also don't want to spend too much time on it. Just because I've got a lot of other games to play. But I might try it like a few more times. If I fail like another 2 to 3 times, then maybe I'll just call it and head back to the ship. I might just head off to another planet and kind of go through our quests. It says it also depends on what you consider beating this game. Gotcha. You don't have to beat it. Okay. See, like normally, like what I'll do is I'll for sure try to progress and beat the entire story of each game, and then it's one of those things, man. It depends on like how I feel with the game and whether or not I feel burnt out with it. If I feel like I can still continue to grind it for, you know, another week or another several days, then like I'll put that extra time in and try to complete like a lot of the extra stuff in the game. Like some of the Lord of the Rings games, I kind of did that, and then other games I got a little burnt out because gameplay felt repetitive, and I just basically pushed for beating the game and just called it good. But like anytime I get hard stuck like this, you know, I'll give it a good go. But if I fail over and over and over and over several times over, if I get frustrated with it, I'll just say to heck with this and move on. That's why I'm gonna give it just a few more tries, and then if I don't get it, I don't get it, and I'll move on. It's when I start stressing about something that I can't pass or beat. I just have to basically either come back to it later or just move past it, you know? All right, here we go. Let's do this. We're rolling. We're slow as shit. Come on, we're slow as shit. Slow. We're way too slow. This deserves a solid little pen rip. We'll take the edge off just a smidge. All right, so we're just gonna reload it. I say we give it 2 more tries. So you gotta hit it immediately. You're missing a button. Gotcha. You're talking about my A button, how it charges up. Hold it down, you charges up, and then it like gets all those bars built up, and then I got push A again. The A button, yeah. Wait, did I just load this? No. Okay, because I lose the credits. All right, now I load it. There we go. Think of it like a shift engine. Gotcha. You gotta manually shift it. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I'll do good for a little bit, and then it just like it just leaves a section of my brain and I forget. But like, even when I am doing well with it, I'm still not getting even close to the time I need. All right, Set up a quick 3-tier system so people know where they stand. I pay for the first time to reach each tier. Alright, so we able to race. Okay. And so we gotta beat 2251. That's the time to beat. 2251 is the time to beat, and the best time I've ever had was like what, 2350? 2351? Or 2250? I don't know. I can't remember now. I thought maybe I was like damn close to that at one point. And that's how I could have been like a whole second off. I don't know. All I know is that this feels impossible. Shape a second. There it is. Watch it out of the corner of my eye. I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. I'm hitting it. Why is it not giving it to me? I was spamming my A button at the end and it wouldn't shift. Oh man. At 0.31 off, I was. Give it another try. Like, I was right there and I was trying to shift so bad. Like, I was spamming my A button and it was acting like I wasn't even pushing my A button there at the end. Unless I was at like a max speed. Like, maybe there's like a max like speed I can kind of hit while shifting, or like maybe I can only shift up. Maybe you only shift up so many times and then you hit max speed and then you're just there. Wait, did I already pay? I keep forgetting this. Okay, nope. No, I did not. Good deal. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Pull back up. So the only thing I'll say is if you leave, you can come back, but you won't. Well, you're probably right. It's like one of those things. If you know, by the time I beat the game, if I feel like I still want to stay in and play it, but you're probably right, because I almost bet you I'll be pretty excited to move on to KOTOR 2. Like I've been thinking about KOTOR 2 already. I got KOTOR 2 on the brain, and we're probably not even halfway yet through this. You're so locked in racing, it takes a while to get back in the groove. Gotcha. Oh man. Okay, so back to it. Let's pay that 100 credits. Somebody else the race. Let's do it. Let's do it. Pay 100 credits. Okay. Will we do it? Will we beat this race finally? I don't even know how long I've been stuck on this thing. I think this is the only thing we've done, and I've been live for 51 minutes. Come on now, come on now. Boost, 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 hey, boost, boost, boost pad, A, boost pad, boost pad. Come on now, come on now. Until I missed it again. I missed it. Maybe I'll give it one more go, one more try. I thought I was there, man. I was so focused. I don't even know if you guys could tell. Dang huts, man. They just make life hell. Thank you so much for the likes on the live there. Dude, I low-key think I need to pull up my other. Okay, there we go. I think I had my sound alerts off. I'm gonna be honest. I just made a change, and I bet you that changes things. I don't know if I did this already, but we're gonna do it again. Dude, okay, we're making another attempt. We're making another attempt. Oh, dude, and I'm also noticing you guys are going crazy with the likes over there on TikTok. That thing's like slowly crawling on my screen, and it's just not stopping. Every once in a while, it just like ticks up a bunch. All right. Will we finally beat this thing, man? Like, dude, that's exactly how I feel, Jonathan. I just want to keep trying one more. I'm like, one more. I can do this. One more, just one more. You're asking what happens when you beat everyone. Well, I think I want to say I know you for sure get what was the bonds? You get like these race bonds that you can then sell for a bunch of credits. So like that's one thing you get, and I almost imagine you progress this little quest line with these swoop races. Like I feel like each swoop race had its own like little quest line to it so far. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's gonna be part of like a quest line, which isn't necessary towards beating the game, but I still kind of want to do it. Okay, I'm about to just lock in hard as fuck here. See if I can finally get this 2251. My faster times are like 2270, maybe 2260 once. Oh man. Okay, let's do this. I'm about to lock in. I just have to have a really good start. That's like, I feel like that's my main key. Good start, and then gotta hit majority of the boosts. There's like maybe one or two where I don't think I have to hit. That wasn't the best start. I'm already slow. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Now it's like, I'm in my head now. If I would have hit like 2 of those boost pads at the very end, we probably could have bumped it to like pretty close to that time. You beat it here. Your story on is much richer. Oh, I want credits. Count me in. I guess we grind this, Jonathan, until we beat it. Even if we are hard stuck the entire time, you got my attention with being much richer, so then it's like, okay, what kind of upgrades can we afford, and we can get some like probably some pretty cool stuff down the road. There we go. Yep. I always ask myself, I'm always like, did I load it yet? It's funny, I always ask myself, did I? And then I check, and then I never did. So, all right, here we go though. Here we go. I don't know how many attempts this is. Dude, I've got to do like I've got to clip this all together like a montage and just be like attempt 1 and then show me failing. Attempt 2, show me failing. And then I could just be like several attempts later, and it's like attempt 54. All right. So let's talk about swoop racing. We're gonna spend 100 credits. All right, let's do this. Let's get that money. Let's get those credits. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Hit shifts, hit pads. Hit shifts, hit pads. Hit it, come on. Not bad, not bad. I missed it, I missed it, I missed it. 2271. Dang. If I would have hit like 2 or 3 more pads where I normally, like, I feel like I normally hit, I would have been all right. Winning all 3 races on Tatooine unlocks the full Nico Senvi side quest rewards. Ooh. I don't even know if I said that right, if I said his name right, but dude, I'm all for it. I am all for it. Dude, you know what? We're gonna get this. Well, we will get this by the end of the night, Jonathan. That's what we'll do. It's 8:40 right now, my time. 8:40 p.m. Like, I'm gonna, like, from here on, I'm gonna start paying closer attention to the time and just see how long this maybe takes me. Well, I guess I know I've been live for 58 minutes and we've been on it the whole time, so there's also that. Oh, shoot, did I save again? I saved like an idiot? Twice? I don't know what I was doing. Okay. Yo, what up, Ram fam? You said you have you have never won all on Tatooine. Ooh, it's rigged if you get too good of a starting score. Ooh, okay. That sounds wild. Was that, what'd you play it on? Were you playing on an original Xbox like I am? Is that like the same across all like platforms or consoles? I should say PC as well. Give me a race. 100 credits. Let's do it. Yep. All right. 2251. Still gotta go for that score. Well, I almost bet you we'll get it here. We gotta get it here soon. It's a console, you're pretty sure. Haven't heard of it being an issue on PC. Gotcha, Ram fam. Another warrior joins the fellowship. Let's go. We did it. 22. I saw it. It was like 22:38. I think we got 22:38. We did it. We did it. Dude, oh my gosh. Yeah, they're cheering me on. We did it. Oh, we did that shit. Let's go. Oh man. Also, Rampant, thank you so much for the follow, man. Much appreciated, dude. My heart's beating kind of fast, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I was so focused, man. I was so focused on just hitting those pads. No, I bet you feel better the whole game, dude. I will. You're not wrong. You're not wrong with that, man. Like, I'm gonna feel 10 times better going through the game.
The gift of honor. The fellowship grows richer.
Oh yeah, that was kind of loud. But there's my sound alert. I don't know if that was coming through earlier or not. Oh, dude. But yeah, this is. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. You're too fast for my racers. You're. I am now. I mean, it only took me all night. Okay, but let's go ahead. Oh, business with Nico. Yep, that's what I was going to. Continuing this contract now. Badge of honor. Dude, Jonathan, I'm gonna tally up how many attempts that was on on playback. I'm gonna watch that back through. I'll have all of that, dude, in a clip for sure at some point. And I'll even have I'll include the number of attempts that took me and how long that took me. That was we're right at 1 hour and coming up on 3 minutes. We've been alive for 1 hour and 3 minutes, and we've been doing the same race the entire time. Make sure you sell all your extras on Yavin. So Ramfam, I didn't see Yavin on the galaxy map, or does it show up later in the game after I've been to a few more planets? That was something I didn't know. It comes later. Okay, bet. So I do eventually get it. I love that. What's cool is I actually ended up using some of my race bonds, sold some of them so I could get the HK-47 droid. But I'm happy I went ahead and did it because I was able to push through that quest line with the Sand People. It's probably best you have to fight raiders or use force persuade. Gotcha. All right. So it's probably okay. So we'll fight raiders or use force persuade. Are you talking about for Nico? Contrary travel, if you talk to the boy, get paid until he signs. Okay. Let's go back. No. See what I can do. Wait, what am I supposed to do now? Oh, we got journal entry added in credits. So know when you go on Yavin. Okay. Will that show me that quest line now? Fair trade. Oh yeah, okay, when we return to the gates inside Anchor Head. Okay. We gotta go to the job one and get that reward too. That's another thing I need to do. Also, where's this Nico dude? Swoop groupie. Oh, here he is.
Oh, hi. You another racer then? I heard someone new was talking to Mata. Always room for more, I guess. Nice job beating my times, too. I guess my heart isn't in the racing. Contracts are distracting stuff. I suppose you've got a right to know track business, but with the times you've been posting...
What do you want the deal?
It's not that I'm not grateful. I mean,
see what he says.
It would get me into the pros. I don't have the credits to get in on my own.
Oh.
Not that I care about credits. I just want to race. But the deal with Mata is pretty bad. He'll get most of what I win.
Dude, what's the light side thing to do? Do I want to get back to you? I don't know whose side to take. So get back and save? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Right. That's a good idea. Now I won't be afraid to pick. I'll just jump right into it. We'll go with the 2123 and see what the time slot shows. Let's see what the time slot is so I know exactly which. So 2123 and we saved. Now it's 2129. Okay, let's talk to him. Let's just do one. Especially after you beat the race. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't really think about it. I should have been. I should have been on top of that.
I suppose you've... It's not that I'm not grateful. Not that I care. You've posted some good times, but I kind of doubt he'd give me a better deal. He doesn't have to. He's putting up most of the credits. Thanks anyway. You again? I suppose you've got a... It's not that I'm not great, not that I care about. Do you now? You might know a good deal, I guess. You sure know your way around. I suppose I do. Not much chance I'll get off this rock on my own, now is there? I mean, you'd know, right? And all I want is to race. Thanks
See what
for
happens.
making things clear.
Let's see what happens
If you
here.
don't mind, I think we're done. Goodbye.
Dark side points gained. Nope. Here we are. Here we are. We go back now. We redo it. We're learning. We're learning. But it's kind of cool that you get to see multiple, like by me doing this, I see multiple outcomes and how it kind of works and what you get for the different dialogue options. That's one thing I do kind of find like interesting, just doing this method of saving and then doing it and then just loading back on the save.
I suppose you... It's not that I'm not great. Not that I care. You've posted some good... But I kind of... Thanks anyway.
Talk to him. Success! Let's go! Will Sanders, thank you so much for the like and live, man. It's always weird how something gets dark points and it seems so ordinary. That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. Like, it seems like the natural thing to do rather than upset the man with the actual power here. But yeah. You, of course, are not getting paid. I trust this is the last I will hear about this matter. Is there anything else? If I could talk to Nico now?
You again? I suppose you've got a... You did? I don't believe it.
Alright,
I mean,
see what happens.
I do, but
See what
I
happens
sure
now.
wasn't expecting it.
What do we get from
appreciate
this?
it. I really do. Now I can take my bike to the big races. There's not much of a circuit right now, but I'll be ready when it... Thanks again. I meant it.
Bro, we didn't even get light side points for that. I think it was just a dark side quest. But we got some level ups. Upgraded skills. Let's see what's he got. Repair. Oh, I kind of like that. And security. I love security. Computer use. Yes. All right. Accept. Got our other fellow Jedi. Might just do a awareness. Maybe we'll do security. No. Treat injury. Repair. Wait, is treat injury? That's only med packs. Yeah, when a med pack is used. Okay. Powers. All right. What she got? Force shield. Not. I want heal, bro. Really need heal. Night Valor, restricted by armor. Power increases the physical attributes and saving throws. Not worried about it. Energy resistance. This power allows the Jedi to shield the entire party in the Force, granting immunity to poisons, disease, and absorbing the first 15 seconds or 15 points of damage from sonic, fire, cold, and electrical attacks directed at them. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's just nuts to me. With stasis, an opponent targeted by this power is held in stasis, unable to move or take any action for 12 seconds. That's 9 seconds, 12 seconds. Successful fortitude save at a DC of 5 plus the attacking character's level plus the attacking character's wisdom. Charisma modifiers means the target is slowed for the duration instead of stunned. Oh man, choke! Oh my gosh. First whirlwind's nice. I'll have that unlocked. What's Night Valor again? That's kind of crazy. Grants immunity to poison. That's for all party members. I kind of like that. So you can go to the Kashyyyk. Bet. I'm gonna do the energy resistance first, and then I'll do Night Valor. Those will be such good little support moves, I feel like. Okay, now I assume I should just be able to fast travel back. Yep, to the Ebon Hawk. Let's do it. Let's check that galaxy map, see what we got. Or was there more to my quest than I realized?
Welcome back. As you wish.
We'll go right in, and I think we'll just go straight to the galaxy map then, and take a look, see what we got. Probably just head to the next planet, to be honest. Revenant Malik returned from the Mandalorian War as Sith. So Nico was your last major plot line. Okay, bet. And I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. Okay, there we go. Let's pop that up. Just gotta go straight out. Ashtala. There's our galaxy map. Hey, we didn't talk to the Jawas. Oh, we didn't talk to the Jawas. We freed them. That was one thing I meant to do. I need to go do that and get my rewards. I just realized that. Yeah, I gotta go talk to Aziz. That's what I call him. It's like I-Z-I-S. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's go talk to this Jawa. I can't remember if he was in the cantina or if he's gonna be by the gates to leave, or to kind of go to the dunes. Yo, what up, James in chat? What's going on, man? You don't have Yavin 4 on your galaxy map. That's what I've been told since I'm on original Xbox. Or actually, no, I think I was told I would earn that later on in the game. I know it's for sure not on the galaxy map right now. I can't remember if I need to go to the cantina or to the gate to the Dune Sea. So we're gonna run through here and see. She can wait. Don't speak to her. Oh, and they got me moving in the wrong direction. They would. Okay. Can't remember. You're the one. You beat. This was Bafka's time. I have to get your autograph? Are you sure? Are you serious? You're fast for a human, and once the races are running regular again, you'll be famous. Well, maybe you will. If you start winning on the real tour, I want to be able to say I saw you when you were just starting out. How about it? I said nobody else thinks so. Original Xbox didn't have it? Gotcha. Okay.
Tolpada pongwale kando nangugu chuchut. Takum justach miki grabalmogo.
We'll be seeing more of you human. Okay. Yo, what up, Z Sweaty? Welcome to the stream, man. It's a favorite game of all time. It's been my first ever playthrough, man. I'm gonna go ahead and save my game. Dude, so I was hard stuck on the tier 3 swoop race in Tatooine for a whole hour of just trying to play it over and over and over again. It's like KOTOR 2 is a bit darker, but so good. Play with restored content. Gotcha. Dude, yeah, I got an original Xbox recently, and I've basically started collecting games for when I do other little marathon grinds. Because like I did Lord of the Rings from October till May 4th, and I was playing like majority of the Lord of the Rings games that are out there. So I did like Lord of the Rings The Third Age, I did Return to Moria, I did EA's The Two Towers and Return of the King. I went through all of those and just had an absolute blast with it, and realized I'd rather be on like the OG console rather than running emulators. Emulators were super nice, don't get me wrong. I just had issues with mine kind of crashing from time to time there for just a little bit, and it just got a little annoying. So I was like, you know what, I want to experience the thing on the OG console. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But yeah, dude, so I picked up this original Xbox. Here he is. For it's like $100. Didn't even have to drive too far to get it. It works just fine. I noticed the controller 1 input on the console's a little, I don't know if it's like corroded or what, but it just doesn't work right. But it doesn't matter. I just put it into the 2 slot and we're good to go. And I ended up getting like a Duke controller for this thing, and I've been loving it, man. I've been loving this thing more and more. Like the more I'm playing on it, it's been so enjoyable. So happy to be back on the OG Xbox, and then I get to experience all these different types of games, going from old games to the new stuff. And so yeah, man, just been grinding the shit out of Star Wars since May 4th, and I'll be continuing on for a while. I'm like planning on at least 6 months of just Star Wars grinding. You're a good friend of the Jawas. We will remember when you're kind or gone. Ask if you need any more of anything. Alright, cool. Got some experience points and items. So we got, here's what we got that's new. We got a data pad. It contains a single short cryptic message. The Geno say to see Hulis on Manon? Come alone or not at all? Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's a quest line. That's basically a quest line right there. That's cool. 84 race bonds. I will take that. Yo, Taylor, what is going on in chat? You said that part is great. Oh well. It's pronounced Man-nan. Gotcha. Man-nan. 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 Or Mon-nan. Ma? Is that Ma? Ma-nan? Ma-nan? Ma-nan. That's it? Oh, shit. I just went through star map. Okay, so we got those 2 planets covered. So now put it together like a word. Manan. They're like a secret society for bounty hunters. Ooh, gotcha. Okay. Ooh, does that mean we get to do some bounty hunting work? Well, I don't think we have anything else that equip that shield. I just want to check. It's heavy armor. Based on heavily modified Mandalorian designs, the maker was killed to appease Nord's ego. Sharing his suit would forever be crazy. I'm just checking out my my other armor. All right, I think we're good to go. Now I can just head straight back and get out of here. All right, let's ditch this planet, and now we get to go somewhere else. How many said none Manon. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm reading that right. Back in. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. No, it's what you're trying to say. Oh, so, but I'm not saying it. I'm saying it all wrong, aren't I? Oh, don't exit. Let's go to the galaxy map. Oh, these little guys still on our ship. Going to. So we got 2 down. Oh, we only got 3 left to go. Okay. So really, we'll probably go see the Wookiees, right? Yeah, to the Wookiees. To the Wookiees. Do we need to have Big Z as a party member? Is that gonna help us here? Or maybe I just run like what I've been running. I didn't know if he would like open up dialogue for us. Oh, you said it doesn't let you choose. Oh, okay, bet. Bro, all right. Another vision. Here we go. It's time to watch a movie, guys. it's another star map. Alright, cool. It's crazy. It's like a little teaser. They're like, here's what you need to get to on this planet. This is your final quest. And then it's like, okay, now we're coming back to just landing on the planet. Now you gotta work to that. That's your goal. They tease you with it, man. They tease you with that short clip. Another vision, the Force is guiding us. Help. Okay, here she goes.
Guiding us, helping us retrace the steps of Malak and his old master, leading us ever closer to the star.
I'm gonna bump up that game audio
Kashyyyk is a
smidge.
lush but simple and undeveloped
Kashyyyk.
world. I would not have expected to find the alien technology of a star map.
See, this is how I learned, like, how to say some of the stuff, but then I don't know. Sometimes I forget stuff. Sometimes I pick up on things. Sometimes I'm just very forgetful. Okay, so it looks like the star map was on the forest floor. Yes, it kind of did.
The Wookiees of Kashyyyk make their home high among the Rosha branches. Only their bravest warriors dare to descend into the forbidding depths of the forest.
Oh
If
man.
the star map is located far beneath us on the planet's surface, as our vision seems to suggest, it's unlikely the Wookiees even know of its existence. No doubt things will become more clear once we discover the star map's location.
All right, bet. So, exit ramp. Oh, you said save? Miss the required party config? I already went. Uh-oh. Like, I was trying to cancel from that screen and I couldn't, so I was forced to go forward. Which is unfortunate. I don't know why I just did that. We're gonna see what happens here. Oh boy. Is it force? Oh no! I hit the start button thinking it would pause the game and it didn't, and it just forced me to pick something. Alright. No, operation of these remote outposts is an expensive endeavor. I represent wealthy clients. You should let me pass. Is that what I should do, Jonathan? Persuade and lie? 100 credits isn't much though. A1, you're saying yes? Lie? That's a dark side thing to do. I'll get dark side. You said say you can't first. Okay. Okay. Maybe this will allow me to like save then. If it's taking me back to the Ebon Hawk. Yeah, I'm not sure, A1. I mean, I think it is because I can hear noises in the background. Like I hear little buttons and stuff, and yeah. Like, I could tell. I had an idea. But now I can at least, like, save here, and then we can make our choices and do what we want. We won't have to go back to Tatooine. So, like, now I'm not afraid to, like, try one thing or another. It's when I don't save and I'm like, oh, what do I do? I meant you sure it was a dark side option? Oh, that? I don't know. It just kind of felt like it. I felt like I was being misled. But let me pop that. Let me do this again. I'm bringing Z because he can talk to the Wookiees. I'll persuade him and lie and see what happens. If it gets me dark side points, I'll just load my save and make a different choice. So bring the girl too. Oh, you want me to bring the other Jedi? I can't line into the dark side. Gives you dark side points. The Twi'lek. Oh, mission? Okay. Alright. Let me go back and grab mission. Is it for stealth abilities? Is stealth gonna be huge? I've yet to even mess with stealth. They said they probably both have unique dialogue since they are friends. Oh, gotcha. I will say I love Mission's dialogue. She brings in a lot of comedy. It's great. And you said it's for the story, gotcha. Okay, bet. Yo, what up, Santa Honky? Welcome to the Stray Man. To that part. Here we go. I think we've got 3 planets left to go to now. Like we're halfway or getting closer to being halfway from what I can tell.
Another warrior joins the fellowship. Let's
You're
go.
Let's go, dude. All right. I'm gonna skip through this now. What if I go? I can't.
Gift of honor.
100 credits.
Fellowship grows richer.
Is the price negotiable? Yo, say I can. Thank you so much for the GG gifts, man. Let's go, dude. All right. So you have a Wookiee with you? Can I assume you understand that language? For a fee, Circuit Corporation can provide a translator for you during your visit. I'm trained in the Force. I'll have no trouble. I might go with that one. I don't have any experience with that. I just know that only the most adaptive people can understand the Wookiee language. Now then, please follow me to our information center. I will answer any further questions there. Alright, let's do it. Let's follow this dude. Let's go, man. Also, this is what we're running. We got a short lightsaber and a regular lightsaber. I love swinging these things, man. Can you put them away? Never pay the 100 credits. That is the way. This is the way, Jonathan. This is the way. Oh, I just don't do anything with them for a bit, and then the lightsabers go back. I retract. Can't know that part. Hey, what we got here? Poor Big Z? Voluntarily, mission must have told you how I was fleeing slavers, but there was more. Uh-oh. I am in exile. The slavers on Kashi only took after he was forced to leave his village home 20 years ago. That's crazy. His brother made deals with the slavers and allowed them to get a foothold. I found out and attacked them. Oh shit! Some family drama going on with the Wookiees, bro. Fight was stopped, but his father did not believe him when he told him about his brother's actions. Ooh. That's tough. And just kicked him out, bro. Disowned by my home and people. I should not be here. They will not accept him back. Oh shit, dude. That's crazy. I never knew anything about Big Z. Like, I didn't know anything about his past until now. But yeah, this is my first ever playthrough, Sand Honky. First one, man. First time I ever played it. And then after I beat this, on a light side playthrough, I'll do a KOTOR 2, and I'll run like a dark side playthrough on KOTOR 2, which I'm excited. I'm excited to get into that as well, man. So you're in love with? Are you gonna say KOTOR? Or KOTOR 2? Or all of KOTOR? Slavers are still here. The stock is theirs. I doubt anyone has risen to try and fight. Nothing has changed. Ooh. Hopes he can prove himself to his people. It will be difficult to make them listen. Just don't know. Oh my gosh. Senor, I'm in love with you. Let's go, say it, Augie. This has made your day. Bet, dude, bet. Oh man. So like, dude, I don't know if you heard me talking at any point earlier, but my goal is to just grind out majority of the Star Wars games that are out there. And this is just like the beginning, man. I'm starting on original Xbox, and then I want to end on the new game coming out in October, at the end of my marathon grind. And then this came in today, man. Star Wars The Force Unleashed. I got the Ultimate Sith Edition hard steel box copy, and it's so cool. So this is to tier easily. Gotcha. It's a good one too. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, dude, there's so many games I've got to play, man. So like after KOTOR 1 and 2, I've got episode 3 on original Xbox. Kind of hard to see with the green screen effects, but I got episode 3. I got Star Wars The Clone Wars. I've been told about Jedi Knight Academy. I've been told, I think it's like Jedi Outcast or something like that. There's also an original Xbox Obi-Wan game as well. Like, there's just so much out there and so much to get through. But dude, it's gonna be an absolute blast. I'm gonna learn so much about some of the lore and some of the extra stuff behind the scenes, behind all the movies, because like I only know the movies. He said, "This guy will be there. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah, man." Oh, dude. So the game lore is so good, dude. That's what's drawing me in, man. Is the story more than anything. I'm like, the combat, I'm like kind of half and half on. I'm not the biggest fan of like turn-based games, but I'm willing to play them, man. If the game's got a really good story, like, I'm already hooked. Why didn't your father believe you? Oh, use his claws. Claws are a no-go. Are tools, not weapons. To use them in battles to become an animal is madness without honor. That's crazy. It's like cheating, man. It's like cheating and fighting. Yo, what up, Low Taper? Faye, what's going on, man? You said you got a joke. Where does Darth Vader go to buy his shoes? I ain't got a clue where that's going. So your choice to be dark side becomes much easier later. It's very easy to choose light side right now. Gotcha. The Darth Mall. It's a mall people shop in, but it sounds like Darth Maul. M-A-U-L. I kind of like that. It's like it's got the double meaning. Play on words, yeah. Dude, hell yeah, that's dope. That, you know what? I'm gonna screenshot that right now. I'm literally just gonna take a picture of chat because I love that. And I will repost. I'm gonna repost that on my story, dude. I love that. Boom. All right, we got that bad boy. We got that. I had to do that. That's great. Saying Honky, you're saying his honor and code he lives by is undeniable. Love the Wookiees. Dude, it's very, I find it very honorable that they do that. I'm forever a mad claw in the eyes of my people. Nothing I say is to be trusted. They were right to cast them out. It's like they have too much honor.
Another warrior
And then they
joins
break
the
that honor,
fellowship.
and then
Let's
you're
go.
seen as a traitor. Dude, thank you so much for the follow, Little Taper Fade. Let's go, dude. Oh man, okay. He doesn't have much hope. Poor guy. Like, I just feel bad for him. An officer not worth speaking with. That guy might be. That guy might be.
Greetings to you. Something I can get?
Kindly direct your inquiries to me. Martin is merely an indebted employee.
Jeez.
His opinions don't amount to much.
This guy's just mean for no reason. Oh, he's telling things how they are, but
new spaces have come to Wild Kashyyyk. Please look well upon the wares of Eli Gand. I live
dude, like
to serve your
that
needs.
whole mad claw
Be sure to
thing.
pay
Like,
cash.
I didn't know that
The
about
interest on
Wookiees.
his
That's
loans will
cool.
drain you
That's
like it's a
some cool
Luvian
shit.
fatworm on a hut's
I love that
backside.
background.
First off, hearts are all backside. Secondly, I don't much like the comparison. No need to get personal. It's just business. Poor fellow. He's been waiting for his friends to return with my money for a standard month now. Ah, but you don't need to hear this. What can I get you?
Oh, do you always enslave your debtors?
Slave? I resent that.
I'm gonna
Simply
be mean.
fair business. This man's fellows left without settling their debts, so he must make up the difference.
I know, it's standard trading rules. I just want to know where my crew went. I was only gone for 2 days. This isn't like them.
Yes, very sad that they would abandon you, especially while you were doing me a favor and helping repair one of my freighters.
Something about this whole situation stinks worse than an overcrowded
She's got like, she's got the headpiece on, man. It looks like she's got night vision
You
goggles.
think you know someone and they turn out to be a cheat. Oh, not like
That's
you.
great.
You honor your deals. A word is a bond in trade.
Your debtors have a habit of running off?
Oh, it isn't about the amount. After all, as a skilled mechanic, Martin is worth much more than what is owed, especially on this
snap.
remote planet.
Oh, so this guy's just being
flatter me,
mean.
Eli. I guess we're best buddies now.
As I was saying, it's a matter of principle. I'm nothing if not honest in my dealings, and I demand the same. He'll be
Dude,
free to
this
go
is
when his
nuts.
friends turn up and the debt is paid. I honor my deals. Let no one...
Thanks, but no thanks. No offense, but there's no point in exchanging debt to Eli with debt to you.
Besides, he is a hard worker. I'd prefer to keep him. It happens from time to
Another
time.
warrior
go.
joins the fellowship.
Jeffrey,
Let's
thank you so much
go.
for the follow and the like on the live, man.
You'll
Much
get your
appreciated,
money.
dude.
My crew will
Welcome to
be
the
back.
stream.
Of course they will. Until then, however,
Oh,
I
man,
can make
we're-
use of you as a mechanic. Very rare to find skills of your kind out here.
Speaking to this guy who literally enslaves people who can't pay off their own debts. It's kind of nuts. Very rare to find your skills, find skills of your kind out here.
Of course.
Let me see what you carry. Oh, what's he got, bro? Reinforced fiber armor? I have never seen that before. That's 3,500 credits. Hey, we got a little over 2,000. I'll take it. You said you can say that again. Let's go. All right. Well, got some battle armor. That looks freaking nuts. Oh my gosh. That's 10,000 credits. How are we even supposed to get that many credits? What else do they have on hand? Sith energy shield we could run. There's another energy shield we could run as well. I'm not too concerned about trying to get something else. Some of this stuff is too much anyways. Gitska poison, any Gitska. Ingesting one of these toxic pellets will die within a few seconds. It will also cause the creature to attack all other in the area, infecting them as well. Oh, that's cool. We could kill all of those creatures on our ship if we wanted to. You're talking meds. Med packs probably. Oh, we can get infinite advanced med packs and regular med packs. Okay. I mean, we probably just want to go straight for the advance. What's on the sell list? What can we sell as well? Should we be selling any of our stuff? I guess that's another thing. We don't need gaffy sticks, but they're also worth nothing. I mean, I got a lot of items on me, I feel like. Okay. You're talking about the light side. A light side option later though. You could use this to kill the geese on your ship. There's a light side option later, so we'll wait for that part. Okay, let's just continue wandering around. Talk to a mission with her goofy night vision goggles, you know? Like, she looks crazy. Can I do for you? You know anything about the planet we're on?
I know Zalbar's from Kashyyyk, but he never liked to talk about it. He wouldn't even tell me why he left. I don't think the Wookiees like outsiders much. Sorry I can't be more help, you know? Is there anything else I can do? Really?
Know a little bit about her?
Big Z's my family, you know? My parents, well, I guess they're dead. It was just me on my own until the day I saw Zalbar in the lower city. I could tell right away he was in trouble. This was before the gang wars were out of hand. But even then, the Volkers were scum. A few of them were hassling Big Z,
I remember them.
trying to pick a fight,
They were
but he
terrible.
wasn't looking for trouble.
Terrible people. I hated them so much, man. I did not like the Volkers at all.
Hey, nobody said the Volkers were smart, but there were 3 of them. So maybe they figured they could handle him. I don't know. Anyway, I don't like the Volkers at the best of times. And when I saw them picking on this poor Wookiee,
they're picking on the Wook. They're picking on Big Z.
I just lost it. I screamed
Oh,
out,
man.
"Leave him alone, you core slimes!" and charged right at them. Well, one of them saw me coming and slapped me so hard he just about knocked me cold.
Smacking a kid. That's crazy.
Hey, don't treat me like I'm a little girl. I ain't no kid. I'm 14 years old. Those Volkers didn't scare me. They're nothing but cowards. I knew how to deal with them.
14?
Of course, I never got the chance. I guess Zalbar didn't like seeing me get smacked around. He let out this howl.
Gift of honor.
Fellowship
grows rich.
Man, let's go, dude. All right.
Are you kidding? Big Z ain't like that. He's just a
Big
old softy
Big
inside.
old softy
Of course,
inside. No
the
way.
Vulcans didn't know that. The other two screamed and ran off. Can't say I blame them. The first time you see an angry Wookiee up close, it isn't a pretty sight. I thought Zalbar was gonna rip that punk's arms off and beat him to death with his own fists.
Hey, he
Vulcan
can do
was
that.
So scared,
He can do that.
fainted. Or maybe it was Big Z's breath just knocked him out.
Big Z could actually rip their arms off. That is an actual thing.
Sorry, Zalbar, but
So
I keep
Chris
telling you to brush
Hansen
those
has
choppers
entered the
once in a
chat.
while. Why do you think I
You
won't
got me
stand
hooked.
downwind when
Let's
you
go,
talk?
dude.
Anyway, I knew those
Oh,
Vulcans
man.
would be back with friends, so I grabbed Zalbar and we took off. Ever since then, we've been a team. We look out for each other, you know?
Oh, dude, this is dope though. Like there's so much I didn't know about these two because I just never really ran with them as my party members, and now that I'm like, you know, talking to them, figuring out some backstory, it's just kind of interesting hearing how they met and how things kind of fucking went. This is pretty cool. Oh man.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You think I can't take care of myself? I've got street smarts.
Yeah,
I know
sure
how to get by
can.
on my own. In fact, I look out for Zalbar more than he looks out for me, you know?
I find that hard to believe.
He's a little bit too gullible to make it alone on the mean streets of the lower city.
I find that hard to believe, considering Big Z can just rip a person's arms off.
He was fleeing some kind of trouble back on Kashyyyk. That's all I know, really. Big Z doesn't like to talk about it. In case you didn't notice, he's the strong, silent type. Doesn't much matter to me, though. I accept him for what he is, not what he was.
Well, that's
Me and
probably
Zalbar
why
like
Big
to
Z chose her,
live
because
in
she just
present.
accepted him. Everyone else just saw an angry Wookiee and ran the other way because they were terrified. Should know better than to ask a woman that question.
Yeah. My brother's a touchy subject, you know? It just so happens I don't really feel like
Touchy
talking about him
subject.
right now. Nothing personal. Let's just get back to the business at hand, okay?
Oh, they both have level ups too. We'll check out the level ups. All right, now we got Big Z here. Dude's an animal. I might go run one on treat injury and then run like computer use is pretty damn high too. Awareness. She brought up the touchy subject, which is her brother. Bro, I'm running that. Oh, for sure. Let's go. 2-weapon fighting. I can't remember what we are running with Big Z. Let me pop this back over. We've been doing okay, we've been actually I want to see if I have anything better than that. Damage is physical 3 to 13, attack modifier 1. 3 to 13, attack +1. I just want to see if there's anything better out there. That's okay, I guess, but I wanted to give him 3 to 13. This is 2 to 16. Vibro double blade. All right, that's our upgrade, man. That's our upgrade. He's also got his own bowcaster, I know that, but he's tanky as hell, so I love having him. Okay, Dex 1, we'll give Constitution 1. I kind of like that. 42 plus 2. We're gonna see what we can do here. Immunity to mind affecting. This belt monitors the brain. I wonder if that'll be worth running. He said those skills are good for crafting. Oh. I can go back. I'll end up going back anyways, but what are we running? 42 is, yeah, okay. Now I think I'll just run what I'm running then. The Vibro Double Blade. All right, and then let's go back to his upgrades. And you're talking about crafting things for everyone else, but he's def plus for the storyline. He's taking 2. Yeah, yep, Sayanki. That's all I was gonna do, man. Was I for sure wanted to make him kind of tanky. But I might run demolitions, computer use, why not? That's so nice, man. For looks like he can disable gun turrets or flood a patrol area with more complicated tasks. That's kind of cool. And then, yeah, I think we're gonna pop that awareness up. Computer use is nice, but your droid is better. Gotcha, Jonathan. Maybe I'll just not worry about it then. So yeah, I guess we could always run with the droid too. Demo, you said? Alright, bet. Use the set, recover, or disarm mines. Such devices are either low or high difficulty. DC 25 to set. Boom, boom, boom. We're on back to feats again. He's got implants. He's got implants level 3? Damn, okay. I didn't know he had that. Heavy weapons such as repeating blasters, melee weapons, which actually we got right now. Uncanny dodge, does he have that? He's got that? Okay. Improved toughness, guys, he's, so if it blows up on him, his HP helps. Gotcha. I'm gonna run toughness, I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run, yep. I'm 100% gonna run toughness. He's tanky, man. We're going tanky. We're going tanky. Now we got mission. Skills. Ooh, what do we run, guys? This is like how we have her upgraded so far, but I think she might be due for a few upgrades. I think that's why we got so many remaining points right now. We got 5 total. Well, we got probably a little bit saved up too. You said auto? Bet, Jonathan. I'll auto that. There we go.
What?
All right, let's do it. Oh, dude, me and Z are both gonna be kind of tanky. Where do I need to go? Let's see. We got to the Great Walkway, and we got to this person's office. Let me save. Is it that part all you need? Great. Probably should have bought some more med packs. I was definitely gonna do that at one point and forgot to go back and do it.
Welcome. I'm sorry, I don't understand Wookiee speak. Shiri Wook, I think it's called. What did the Wookiee say? Zerka Corporation calls the planet Adian, and no, I don't understand the language. The local Wookiee leader has made it so we don't need to. Wookiees are unable to speak Basic, but for the last decade, the residents of all local villages have been trained to understand it.
Oh, snap. Okay. What good would that do? Why would a Wookiee leader do that?
I understand he...
Makes my people more desirable as slaves.
What did he say?
He wants to rip your legs off and beat you with them. That would be cool to see. I'm not gonna lie. Z, you said the Z upgrade was perfect. Missions, Kinato. Okay. Dude, perfect. Alright. I know where to go with their upgrades now, so I don't have to sit there and think about that. It'll just be automatic.
I just work here in the lab. I don't have anything to do with the taking of slaves.
Oh. Taylor said, I remember being in early and playing this game, figured out it's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I like the different upgrades, man, and each character kind of has their own unique fit for like what they can do, which is really cool. Say Honky said BRB sounds good, man. Doesn't have anything to do with the taking of slaves. How convenient, all the benefits with no guilt, whatever you say. I have some questions.
I'm just an employee. You'll have to take your concerns to Janos. He's
the
voice for the
Janos
corporation on this outpost.
Okay.
I'm conducting experiments on various samples of indigenous plant life.
Sure
there
is.
May be untapped pharmaceutical resources here.
Said her big thing is stealth and breaking in.
That will take some time,
the
and the Wookiees are a
auto
more
path
immediate
upgrades
source of income
for you. Okay,
Please,
bet. It kind of plays the auto upgrades just already play into her strengths even more. That's actually nice to hear that they do that. And Wookiees are a more immediate source of income. Please, I must return to my work. Oh, this guy's... Alright, goodbye for now.
Farewell.
Farewell. Just don't need to talk to him. Okay, let's see what he knows. Yo, certain representative, that would be me. Okay. They take my people from their homes and sell them to the highest bidder. But I fail to see a concern. You seem to be a satisfied customer. Bro, no way he's trying to sell one to us? That's crazy. Current Wookiee seems displeased with the situation, but I fail to see a concern. You seem to be a satisfied customer. I think you would need more firepower to keep order. Oh. So much easier than relying on restraining collars. That's insane. He's just like clearly saying that, hey, yeah, do not demean the life that do not. Okay. Just want to do that. You will be blamed for the actions of your Wookiee. Please call him off. Why do the Wookiees tolerate you doing this? I think you would need more firepower to keep order. It is not me personally, I merely represent Saga Corporation at this outpost. There are other directors at other stations, of course, but... Harvesting is handled as delicately as possible, relatively speaking. What? Tell me about it, I might be more understanding if I know. Oh, we persuaded them. Let's go. Let's go, guys. We did that. Success if it will ease your temper. I will give specifics. We supply arms in exchange for a supply of healthy Wookiees. That's crazy. We're kept profitable and an agreeable leader is kept in power. It keeps the process from becoming a constant firefight. Interesting. His name is... How do you even say that? Chundar? Chundar? I don't deal directly with them, thank goodness. Far too rudish. That's not a name I wanted to hear. Oh my. It's not something I'll talk about now yet. Okay. Oh boy, okay. Bet. Oh, he thinks we're a tourist? Oh, he's crazy for thinking that. You got any loot? Oh, hell yeah, we got some loot. There's a Foot Locker we missed. Got an advanced repair kit, let's go. Now we're gonna go ahead and save our game now that we've talked to those guys. And guys, we're kind of just bouncing between our game saves, so we're just constantly upgrading or saving on both spots. That's like my process as we go about this in case we lose a save for whatever reason. All right, let's do this.
Zerka Corporation doesn't recommend traveling in Wild Adean. Katarn attacks are especially bad right now. Wookiee hunters usually keep numbers down.
I think
they
I'll be
leave
fine.
certain
I think I
areas
can pop my way
infested,
through this
just
one.
hoping a Zerka guard will get killed.
This is gonna be easy. We got this. What do you know about the Wookiees? What can you tell me about Saga Corp? Don't give it away. What can you tell me about Zerk Corp?
I don't talk to Wookiee lovers. Get rid of your rug.
Lovers? Is he insane? I should just kill this guy with my lightsabers right now. Maybe I should just let him rip your arms off. I kind of like that idea.
I won't stop you, but you leave this area at your own risk. We're here to protect.
I really don't give a shit. All right, we're doing this. We're doing this. Yes. I don't even know what we're up against here, but we're gonna do it. I might check missions armor. We might be able to upgrade our armor. That might be a good thing for me to do right now. Basically, we get her armored up. Okay, I see what he's talking about. I think those were giant spiders. Well, okay, so we got Z. No, we're actually good here. All right, she doesn't have anything more than that. This is defense bonus 7. Oh, the prereqs for that. Okay. So that's actually just that's literally gonna be the best one. Damage resistant versus cold and fire, which is kind of nice. Yeah, we'll just keep that on her. She gets awareness +4. It's kind of sick. All right, we're all melee, which is unfortunate. We might run Force Wind. Bro, let's do Force Wind. Let's have fun here. Force Wind, we'll go. You got Okay, where's force push? Unless I can't, maybe I can't use it because I'm running dueled. I don't know. Maybe I'll just run we'll go boom, see what happens. Big Z, you're gonna absolutely just run in and truck 'em, man. For power attack, crit, power, bounce. Yo, what up, Dat Handy, man? What's going on, man? Literally playing this and was on TikTok while shitting. Nice, bro. Just out here. Were you doing a little doom scrolling? All right, we'll run. We'll just kind of dish out whatever there. All right, let's do this. Here we go. We got another. Same man, gotta do what I gotta do. That's true, man. That's true. I appreciate you stopping by the stream, though, man. Let's go, dude. We're out here taking on these damn spiders, or I don't know if they're spiders, insects, bugs of some sort. I don't know what they are. You're about to leave Dantooine. Run on soldier/guardian playthrough dark side. That's dope, dude. I'm doing a light side playthrough, and I made my guy like a Jedi Sentinel. But dude, I'll be hopping on the KOTOR 2 after I beat this game, and my plan's to do a dark side playthrough on that, which I'm also just like hyped for. As a Sentinel, how's the Sentinel run? Dude, it's been pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like my guy can just do a little bit of everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
My dude's been so much fun to run with. I've been running with the short lightsaber and then the regular length lightsaber. Dude, it's been a blast. This Force Whirlwind goes hard, man. So this your typical party? Well, honestly, it's been different every planet I've been on. Like, this is gonna be my party for this planet because we got Big Z, who is a Wookiee, and then Mission. I love her dialogue lines with Big Z. So it's been more for like the story than anything. Here we go. Dude, that Force Whirlwind, it just suspends them in the air and they can't do a thing. It's so nice. You sense it, the wind, the sound, the smells. I feel it all now that we are away from the spaceport. This walkway is new, probably built by the slavers. I remember the trees. My village is not far from here. Ooh. What can I expect to encounter? Is there anything I can help you with? We're here for the star map. Nothing else. Understand? Oh my gosh. Is there anything I can help you with? It is kind of you to offer, but my problems are very personal. I'm not sure if I'm ready to deal with them. Oof. Must warn you one thing. I don't know if I will be a help or a hindrance to your here. My father was very powerful, a chieftain. Oof. Perhaps his feelings have mellowed, but if my brother had his ear all this time, I may be very unwelcome. That's crazy. Okay. Is it honestly Star Wars Galaxy or Heroes on Mobile got you back into this game? Gotcha. Dude, yeah, no, I'm just trying to play like majority of Star Wars games and figured this would be a good one to start at because I had a buddy tell me about it. Is it Darkside Bastila OP? Dude, that sounds so nice. Dude, she's just like such a nice character to run with regardless. I mean, honestly, any Jedi are, in my opinion. They can all do heals and you get 3 run at the same time and it's kind of nice. You don't have to run through medkits. Perhaps his feelings have maybe very unwelcome. We'll deal with that when your time comes. I don't know. This is what I'm dreading. My shame was meant to be forgotten on some faraway world. I never thought I'd come back. Ooh. He doesn't seem too happy, I tell you what. There's a corpse here. Let's grab our loot, though. Let's grab our loot. So you can't wait for them to do a Chantel Shan movie or TV series. I don't know what that is or what you mean by that.
I can't afford this. You think I can? Do you know what they get for a healthy one of those
I do
things?
have Google pulled
We'll
up.
work it out later. We've got company. What do you want, Spacer? I'm Patrol Captain Deno, and you're interrupting Zerka
Oh, that's
Corporation
her
business.
daughter. Oh, snap. I didn't even know that. Holy cow, that's brand new. That is new to me. Okay. Daughter. Oh, I'm just gonna Google this. And Revan? Oh, so she was like with him, bro. Bastila Shan and Revan's descendants eventually lead to the Jedi Knight Tassel Shan Tasil. I don't even know how to say the name. Who had a daughter named Satel Shan before exile by the Republic and the Jedi Order on account of her views on marriage and attachment. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff I did not know. You're talking about looking into Star Wars Legends. Okay. Well, let me before I do anything, let me just go ahead and look that up real quick. Oh, it's a whole timeline. And that's formerly known as the Expanded Universe. It's a vast collection of officially licensed Star Wars novels, comics, games, and media created before Lucasfilm's acquisition by Disney in 2014. Okay. Legends represents the parallel universe of older material. It is fully accessible and enjoyed by fans as a standalone, complete timeline with its own distinct starting and ending points. That's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't. The canon is what what originates around the films. Okay. Clone Wars animated series and all movies, series, books, and games released after 2014. Okay. Yep, I did not realize that. All right. I didn't know that was like the big difference between like canon and legends. Like I just always knew the movies and everything that happened in the movies. I still have yet to get a chance to read the books, but eventually I will look into reading those books, which I will also do for Lord of the Rings with like The Hobbit, Fellowship of the Ring, and so forth. But like, yeah, no, I wanted to get some of those books for through Star Wars, or that were Star Wars books. Just basically, I want to read up on more lore on everything, and just learn more history within this universe. Okay, let's do this. Interrupting. Ooh, business.
This Wookiee slave got a little rebellious. We had to put it down.
Oh, that's kind of shitty. They're not animals. But their disregard for the life of this Wookiee is too much. They just don't care. It's kind of crazy. Oh man, you said you watched Ahsoka? That is based off of a zombie version book of Star Wars? I didn't realize that. I mean, I've seen, it's been a while, but I have seen it. It's just been a minute. I am currently watching all shows and movies in chronological order, and I'm on season 2 of the Clone Wars animated series right now. So like I'm kind of going through all of that stuff in chronological order. I will say the only series I can't get myself to watch all the way through is Andor, but everything else has been really good. I mean, and I can't wait to get back to Ahsoka, because I don't think I paid real close attention to everything with that show. And I kind of need to go back through and like really lock in on it when I watch it. sake, not theirs. Okay,
Careful
bet.
now. That growl sounded pretty threatening. Keep your...
Just shut up, you trigger-happy
That's
idiot.
crazy.
Of course they don't. Why would you ask me that? You're doing some sort of snap. You're trying to get me to admit to incompetence, aren't you? Not going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
I stand by my patrol.
This guy's crazy.
This Wookiee got out of
This is a
hand
good stream,
and
bro.
had
Gotta
to
get
be
back
put
to your
down.
game. Sounds good, Handyman Chris, dude. Thank you so much for coming through and stopping by the stream, man. I appreciate it, dude. I'm glad someone else is out here is actually grinding the game literally at the same time I am, and you're not too far off either. I mean, I still got a long ways to go, I feel like. Okay, the Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put out. We'll find another easy though.
Well, it is a bit costly.
You know why? Hand over compensation or this gets reported.
Is that a joke? Who do you think you are?
He's posting his treble, friend. Get out while you can.
You make some sense. I wonder what you know about what might happen here. I mean, I think we should petition for a transfer.
If...
Yes, I say so.
Light side points gained. Let's go. Another warrior joins the fellowship. Let's go. I'll give you a repost. All love and support, dude. I appreciated that, Handyman Chris. Dude, let's go, man. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, I appreciate you. Oh man, what we got here? Backpack. Okay, vibro sword and a bowcaster. Let me check. Let me check those weapons real quick. Okay, it's a vibro sword, I believe. Bro, I can't believe we're running like all melee though for this. The prototype. Nah, what did we? I'm trying to see what we picked up. 212 vibro sword. Nah, it wasn't even. I'm just gonna keep running while we're running here. All right. The damage sentry. Leave it alone. Don't need it.
Huh? What?
Get back to our guy. What was it? Who's got the demolitions? How do we recover this? Or do we have to disable then recover? This is like the one thing, guys, I don't know about. Like, I don't fully understand how to do this. Disable it? But what if we recover? Skill too low. Oh, I never saw that say that. I've never seen that. I've never seen that message pop up. I guess I'm also just not paying attention to it. Now she can do it. Okay, that's cool.
What?
All right, where to next? We got more creatures.
Yeah. Sure.
Let's charge this. Burst of speed. We want. Oh, you don't got it, do ya?
JoDirt116 cheered 20 bits.
Yo, Jump Dirt coming through. Let's go, man. Is this only like core, man? Nope. I was informed. Chat was telling me to come here earlier, so I've arrived here, and I've got Big Z and Mission along with me. I wonder if this gets me closer to like Yavin. to get better prices on those race bonds?
Sure.
Said, who said this? Who do I have to fight? Can I check chat history? Is that a thing? Alright, let's run this. What's cool though is I only got 3 planets left to go to, and it looks like it's this and like I had a lead on another planet. Oh snap, oh snap. Take him out. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yes.
Yep, toss him. Okay. Crits. We go for crits. Is it Manon? Manon? Is that how you pronounce it? Well, anyways, I was also informed to go there too. I was never informed about Korriban. That last planet you put up there. The volcanic planet. I don't know anything about that planet as of right now. This said Manon is the worst. It's like, does it have a lot of like bounty hunters there? It's part of like the bounty hunter guild type thing? Just seeing Korriban is the best. Oh. Run that. Let's go. Everyone runs crits. We all slice and dice, and it's easy game. It was actually pretty sweet, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Let's go ahead and save. No, it has long hauls, long dialogue, and slow pacing. Save it for last, gotcha. Okay. Bet, and I... Oh shoot, there we go. Wait. There we go. I was like, wait, where is this dude at? Where's this enemy? Crits all the way. Z, you're gonna go.
Yeah.
Z's gonna run to that thing. We'll help him.
What?
Our own character's gonna hold his own. No problem. Why does this almost feel easy to get through like these enemies? Construction kit. Battle stimulant. Let's go. Take those. Bro, honestly, this has been kind of dope just running this. And then with her, split her off from the group. Boom, boom, boom. Let them run. Let them run. They'll all go crazy here. Alright, crits through the roof with Big Z, and then Mission's gonna keep attacking this one. We ran heals, I think. Oh, dope. Look at that. We just stunned the shit out of him. All right. Oh, so now we have 2 different directions we can go and we gotta save. Before we split off, I'm noticing there's like a lot of points where we gotta save because the map just splits in 2 and it's like, okay, you got 2 different directions you can go. Wookiee guard. Pass into the Shadowlands only. Oh. Especially when you bring filth such as this with you. This mad claw has no place here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Where's this Wookiee? I need to see. What was that about Salvar? Before we pass, we'll go the other way. See where this takes us. Oh, great. It's like now we're just in a giant base. I don't even know what this is. Like a giant ass tree base. We're on just a bunch of platforms going from tree to tree. It's kind of insane. It has long halls, long dial. Or no, that's my bad. I was rereading that from earlier. There we go. Keep attacking. We'll run. Z, where you going? What? Why is he so far back here, dude? He got lost. Sometimes I'll do that, Joe Dirt. Sometimes I'll look up, look at chat, and then I'm like rereading something I just read like 10 minutes ago. Like I'm so in a habit of just like looking up and then looking at the most recent chat that came through.
Yeah? I heard I that. What?
Yeah, metal box. Oh, it's locked. Hold on. Security. Maybe we can get it. Okay, maybe we can't get it. About mission though. I think she can crack these open. Skill too low. That's just unfortunate. What about Z? Oh, he can open, no problem. Wait, what? No. Oh. He doesn't even have the skill.
What? No problem. Didn't work.
Yeah, even my skill's too low, bro. Okay. And access. Let's Big Z. Let Big Z do this number. Oh, you got some XP? Okay. Cool. Now we can just open them, no problem. That's cool. That's really cool. We unlocked that, like, that security on it, bro. Free loot. We get anything for Z? Not at all, man. Not at all. Sandy said say less. Let's go.
What?
What are those? Seriously, what are those? I gotta save. I don't know what I'm walking up on. Dude, I have no idea what this is. It's just a group of... I'm gonna assume it's a group of enemies. Of some sort, man. Since he won't be able to wear anything, but you believe he can get stuff others can't. Gotcha. Yo, what up, next 2 things? What's going on, man? Is it all cool? Your childhood. Your childhood has come back to you.
Lord Malak was most displeased when he learned you had escaped Taris alive.
I'm gonna assume that you have memories playing this game back in the day.
You.
let's say Dark Jedi. Oh boy, this could be a challenging fight. This is why we go boom. We're gonna toss some grenades here. I hope you guys know. Like, they're gonna get, oh yeah, this is what we do, bro. This is what we do. No, you do not do that. Do not push forward. We have more grenades. Come on now. Come on, everybody. Keep tossing them.
Yeah?
That force lightning was insane, bro. Okay. Dude, Sandy, I keep trying to toss grenades, man. I'm trying to go for those grenade kills. He's gonna attack there. We're gonna toss, honestly, I can run Sonic, but then he's gonna toss a Sonic. I'm gonna run in with Mission. I don't really care. We'll go crazy with here. I want to go with the Force Wind. You can use it on all of them, honestly. Big Z, after you do that number, you're gonna come to the nearest dude and critical strike that man.
Yes.
Okay, make sure I'm on the same page here. Got him. Look at that. Look at that. Pause right on cue. We got him with that. Some grenades run off Dex. Gotcha. Big Z giving a big damage. What up, Ayo Betty? Let's welcome to the stream, man. Oh yeah. I tossed so many grenades at these dark Jedi, man. I'm about to just wipe them out of here, hopefully. I don't think that they'll do a ton here, especially if I focus my attacks. And he's about, yep, I'm about to use that Force Whirlwind. That'll mess him up. He's stunned. All right, Force Whirlwind on this other guy. Come on now. We're gonna suspend his ass. He can't do shit. Oh, this guy's still stunned. Big Z's just fucking him up. Mission, you need to do some crits. I don't know what you're doing. Oh no, I did not want to do that. I want to run crit. Okay, he's down. On to the next. We're going crazy. On to the next. You're gonna run. I'm gonna run heal with my guy. I didn't mean to run heal twice, but I'll just do it. And then Force Whirlwind. And maybe he'll be dead by that point. We'll see. Keep running those heals. I don't want to run. No, I didn't want to do it, but we did it. All right. And next two things. Yes, this is my second planet. Second planet past Dantooine. So really, like, including this planet, we have 3 total that we have to go through and get that missing piece of the star map for, so we can find that forge. They have some upgrades for our lightsabers. Ooh, more short lightsabers. Wait, is that what I thought it was? Hold on, wait a minute. I want to go look at those lightsabers real quick. We do have 2 double-bladed. Wait. What was the... Okay, no, that's just standard. All right. That's just a normal standard lightsaber. All right. Use the short for your offhand. That's what I've been doing. I'm assuming my offhand's my left hand, right? This is my short lightsaber. I have it equipped here. Left weapon. I'm assuming that's my offhand. I'm gonna go here just so you guys can see it in a certain hand. But yeah, Alright, bet. Alright, let's get Big Z out. So we took out the Dark Jedi. And yeah, it looks like we just kind of move on to whatever this is up ahead. It looks like another Wookiee. Wookiee guard. Stop where you are, outsider. You enter the domain of... we gotta talk to the chieftain, alright. Which is, what, his father? Oh, he said save before the lift? I'm like way late seeing that. Should I have brought this taint upon our land? Make a demand for something you can't alter, can't help. Alright, enough talk. You and the outcast Matt Claw will be taking it to him now. Okay, well we're already here, guys. We're already here. Might run Bastila? Or is it Bastilla? Oh, might have been messing that one up. We also got Jahani. I think I'm gonna run her. She's a good one to play with. Light side, yep. And Z. I can't run with Z. He's outcast. I literally can't. I can't allow him to join the party right now. I can run mission. I can run Jahani. I could run two Jedi actually. Yeah, next two things. I was running Zalbar, but they're not allowing me to pick Zalbar for the rest of this little mission. So I think we're gonna go talk to his father. So I might run Jahani, run two Jedi. Oh, you're saying Sand? You're saying mission is OP for storyline? All right, I'll keep her. We'll do these two. And yeah, I definitely should have saved right before that, but I'm not. Said run Karth for damage. Oh shoot! I was just thinking heals. Run another Jedi, get some heals. She sucks, but she's best friends with Zal. That's true. Step forward and address mighty and wise. Outsider. You are flanked by circus slavers. Are they not outsiders, or have you sold all of Kashyyyk to Kashyyyk to? You are a mad claw without honor. You have no voice. Oh my gosh, they're just dissing him left and right. Here we are, dissing him left and right. Ah. Me talk, but no one will believe you. I've had a long time to guide what my people think. Oh my gosh. You were the runt? That's funny. Sorry, point to this. This will only lead to a fight. I'd like to get to it. What do you want? Why drag us here? I'm gonna kill Zalbar because he's my brother, and I hope he and I can come to an agreement. You are irrelevant. Ooh, maybe able to put you to use on a task. Oh my gosh. Now lurks the Shadowlands. More importantly, he's pestering my Zerka allies during their Shadowland expeditions is not good for business. Ooh. I want to ask about the Shadow. Only happened. I'm only interested in what I'm looking for. A star map. Could do that too. Dan, you said this is getting so good. Oh. Dude, yeah. Next two things I need Yavin. Where's Yavin at on my galaxy map? Why is it still missing? There's also the star map as well. He didn't save lives. Okay. Should be there. Visit it after your third, fifth, and final planet. Okay. Beat him in Pazak? Wait, beat who? Or is there a Pazak card game on each planet that I haven't done because I never understood the rules? Best prices and best gear, gotcha. And you say kinda. So I never beat the one on Taurus, and that Taurus blew up. We can't go back to, so. Few careful stories, and everyone called him Mad Claw, even Father Frere. I easily had him exiled. Said, yeah, don't worry about Taurus. Cantinas for players or super races for using credits. Consider what you said. I'll go now. I won't do this. Do your own dirty work. For ritual hunting. I'd leave the troublemaker down there, but he has proven too good at surviving. Okay, he has managed to linger a number of years, cowering in his madness and shame. You are expendable. You will remove him. Zerka would never let me hold you, but they don't care what I do with fellow Wookiees. Don't need them to find your way. Over the years, I have had my people trained to understand galactic basic. Save the gear though. Sell it after you beat the rodeo on Yavin multiple times till he won't play you. Okay. Okay, bet. Next two things. No one would dare oppose me to join with an outsider or an exile. Okay. Okay, he went as mad as you when he finally discovered the slavers. He dared challenge them alone and has not been seen since. Oof, that was years ago. Let him go, Zalbar. Roll now. I'll take the Wookiees forward, but there are prices to pay. Until you kill the Mad Claw in the Shadowlands.
Don't worry,
okay,
buddy. We'll get you out of here.
Oh yeah, there's mission coming through, bro. The dialogue. Follow the platform to the south and east. Okay. Eventually see where the Gorwookin waits for you. He'll lower you to the forest floor. Go. Okay, bet. Cool, let's do it. We'll save. Because I don't know what's coming up. And we just got done talking to him. Alright, we're going to progress this on down, guys. I think we're about to go down to the floor. Sand, you're saying smart? Yes, sir. Let's go, dude.
Another warrior joins the fellowship. Let's go.
Biggie L, thank you so much for the follow, man. Let's go, dude. Oh, bro, we gotta heal and heal again. There we go. All right, let's get Big Z.
Sure.
No, we can't. Never mind. I forgot. Okay, so Chieftain's Hall, home of Warwill, to the Great Walkway. We're at a Wookiee village, are we now? That was Chieftain's Hall back over here, which I think we came out of. They said go to the south? All right. You got her, yeah, I got her in dark attire right now. I think it just gave the best stats, and that's why. I might look at it. Yeah, defense bonus 2. That's the same. Dark Jedi Night Robe. Okay, that's Jedi. Yeah. I didn't think I had that. I guess it was like the standard Jedi robe, but it's not as good. And clothing's just nothing. I mean, there we go. There we go, Sand. We got that changed, man. We got that changed. Let's go back to our map though. Chieftain's Hall. Got a home of Warwill. Will. What an insane name. Actually, before I walk in, do you never know what's gonna be around the corner here? You said for Jedis, it gets complicated. Oh shoot. We're going into someone's home. That's why I thought, like, if I get dark side points, bro, then I can just reload, go back, and make the right choice. Never spoken to an outsider, being a slur. Learned to understand you, but I've never been this close to one of you. Ooh, what are you doing here? Have you come to laugh at us? Come to gloat about how many of us you take? Can you even understand me? I hear lots of things and I'm not sure what to think anymore. Ooh. Oh man, this guy's calling. He's like, sorry, not that you're a slaver. It comes to armor versus the Jedi armor. Oh yeah, dude, it's interesting how the robes work. There's like different tiers to them. That's what I kind of noticed. When did he go missing? What if I know something? Maybe they can help. Ooh. Outsider, you talk to me. If you must bother us at all, leave him alone. Okay, bud. He's the greatest. He led hunting parties to the Shadowlands and even fought outsiders, slavers like you probably are. Oh, that's cool. He's taught me a lot. He said I could grow up as strong as him, that I'd fight you too. Oh, I will too. I will. I think I already did that. Yep. Nothing new. While bleeding our planet of its people and honor. These guys are pissed, bro. Next two things you say, what class / spec are you? I went with Jedi Sentinel. And I could show you.
What with all the growls and howls.
After this dialogue, I'll show you my like specs, my upgrades, and my skills. I think I went kind of even on some stuff to start, and then I started working on like health to be tanky. I will not speak to them, and neither will you, Warwill. Won't allow it. I'm tugging here. Respect. You're an outsider. Your kind have done more damage here than any one of you could ever hope to fix. Oof.
It isn't an easy.
I'm skipping through it. Okay. Those are. It's literally just a circle I'm going in with those dialogue lines. Alright, cool. He's pissed. I'll steal their stuff because he's pissed. Don't mind if I do. You said don't spec constant after level 14. Okay. Ooh, it's buff and heal bot. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I'll show you what I got. I don't even know if I have constant at level 14 yet. It might be like level 12 or 13. Oh yeah, so we have, I want to go powers, no, feats, skills. So like we got toughness up. And then, yeah, no, I wanted to look at my like individual stats. Okay, here we are. Strength, I have at 17, Dex is 13, Constitution is 14, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 12, Charisma 14. And I do have stuff into my Persuade skill as well. It's a character screen. Wait, that's what I'm at, right? It's have my like individual stats. So you can kind of see like what I've been doing. Yo, what up, Kurt? How's your feats? I got a long ways to go on my feats, man. So these are my feats right now. I want to upgrade this improved critical strike at some point too. That's super nice. We got weapon focus lightsaber. We got this second feat here. It's a little upgrade. Focus, wisdom, and strength. Bet next two things. Bet. I got my toughness. I think my toughness is maxed. I got master toughness. Ooh. This feat is always active. That's cool. Main character Jedi training affects each Padawan uniquely, allowing them to grow in ability while addressing personal flaws. That's cool. This feat grants 40 additional force points to the character's base total. That's sick. But yeah, pretty much what we're running. He said dual weapon, focus, and lightsaber mastery. Bet. So we're on the two weapon fighting. Alexa, stop! That scared the shit out of me. You guys hear that? Why did my Echo Dot just turn on and start screaming? That was terrifying. Dude, I thought someone else was in my house for a second. That was scary as shit. I was like, God damn it, who just walked right through my front door? Okay, but yeah, that's basically what we're running. Skills right now, we got our skill ranks. I got my awareness is only 2, but it's got a +4 bonus, which is cool. So I got 6 total on awareness, 2 on stealth. We got 11 on persuade, 1 on looks like 1 on repair just from a bonus. Security's 2, treat injuries 7 right now. We get a bonus +2 on that, which is sick. Said you can talk to your companions on your ship and get stims, grenades, and spikes. Ooh, that's crazy. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. So again, yes, he is right. Dude, that is dope. Okay. All right, and then that's pretty much it, right? Like, there's nothing. I could go back to the Great Walkway, but I don't think I need to do that. I think we just gotta progress. Holder of the Laws. So if you were dark side, I recommend repair so you can make HK better. Dude, HK 47. It's like my favorite droid name I've ever seen. It's terrifyingly close to like AK 47, the actual gun. So HK is a lovable character. I think someone in chat called him like a death droid. You're saying he is the best. Dude, I actually sold a few race bonds to get him. I wanted to get him before I went and did my quest with the Sand people. I wanted him to be able to translate. So like I was gonna do whatever I had to in order to get him. And that's what I did. So I sold race bonds because I couldn't beat the tier 3 race one night. And yeah. Talk to this Wookiee. Okay, we told him that we're not a slaver. He's got no way of knowing one way or another. You'll excuse me if I don't take you at your word. Okay, why did he go missing? Could be 10 days or more. He was planning a hunt and nobody seems to know when he was leaving. He's now overdue. I don't know where to start. It is strange. Why do you think it is strange? Let's see what he says. His audio alone is worth fixing him. Oh yeah, next 2 things. I did tattooing first, yes. Okay, death save before the lift, okay.
Joe Dirt 116 cheered 15 bits.
Joe Dirt's coming through. Let's go, Joe Dirt. Let's go, man. Hey, we got 15 bits. That's 15 bits. We'll take a little rip. Cheers to that, man.
Another warrior joins the fellowship. Let's go.
Next 2 things. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Let's go, dude. And the like on the live. Let's go, man. Y'all are going crazy. Joe Dirt saying cheers over there on TikTok. Or not TikTok, over there on Twitch. He's over on Twitch. Let's go. Dude, that's the thing I love about that chat I have up on screen behind me. You guys can actually tell like which platform people are chatting from. I think that's just the dopest thing. Saying, you're saying, wait, what do I have to do to make you take a rip? I'll take a rip off of we'll say off of I mean, repost is usually a pretty good. You know what? You don't have to do anything. I'll just do it right now. I'll do it again. At first I was gonna be like, you gotta repost or share. But I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna take a rip anyways. Dude, hell yeah.
Joe Dirt 116 cheered 20 bits.
Cheered again. Let's go. Yo, check this out. If I switch this in time, look at my lights. Look at my lights right now. They go crazy off of different alerts. One of these times, what I need to do is remove this green screen, and you guys will just see the lights going crazy behind me. But dude, yeah, no, I'm gonna be kicking it right back in. Dude, let's go, guys. Oh, Sam took a blinker with me. Let's go. Going to Blinkerton City. All right. I bet we go find this Wookiee down in the Shadowland, and then he tells us where the star map is, or he's gonna be next to it, and it's like, okay, we talk to him to finish the quest, and then we have the star map to go do. But yeah. Hey, let's go. Next two things as well, man. Oh, Joe Dirt's getting hit with ads. Dominoes and gambling. These apps know me well. Oh, that's great, Joe Dirt. That's great. we got blinkers. We're talking about dominoes, and we're talking about gambling. I wonder if that all plays a part together. Next two things, you said you'll find the Wookiee and the Star Map in the Shadowlands. Bets. We'll find them all down there. We find all the good stuff, but also all the terrifying stuff too. All the worst that this planet has to throw at us. That's what I'm gonna go ahead and assume.
Joe Dirt 116 cheered 20 bits.
Hey, Joe Dirt's cheering again. All right. I'll do it again. Just for fun. Hold up. Wait a minute, guys. I'm gonna grab something from my mini fridge. We're gonna grab something from the mini fridge. All right, guys. We're bringing the Key Fruit Beer. We're upgrading. We're upgrading for flavor. That's what we're doing. Root beer, 100% root beer. All right, but yeah, let's go ahead. Let's pop this back over, and we'll continue on. I'm gonna go ahead and open this thing. Dude, this thing it's so pressurized when I first open the damn thing, so I gotta be prepared for it to just spray somewhere. It sucks. There we go. But this tab, you can close this tab and reseal a can. Let's go. It's gonna be a great night, guys. It'll either be a great night or I'll just end up staring at the screen for 5 minutes, but we'll see. Next two things is taking a shot for me. Let's go, guys. Yeah, let's go ahead. I don't know if I've even done this yet. I might have. No, I have not.
Gift of honor.
I'm gonna go ahead and say
fellowship grows rich.
Sand coming through with more gifts. Let's go. He said it more.
A gift of honor. The fellowship grows rich.
Shit. Let's go, man. All right, so I think this is all in here, and it's just back out. Back to the lift. Now, where do we? I gotta figure out where to go find that lift. And Sand, yeah, Sand, you're not wrong. It is Friday. Like so for my day job, my 8 to 5, I work. So I work on the family farm, right? My hours are so crazy at different seasons. Like we were just planting corn and beans, right? Before, like, that, the whole period of planting, like the whole season of planting is just crazy as hell because you're completely dependent on the weather. If it rains, you can't do anything for like a day or two, so we turn all of our focus to cattle. But like we always have something we're bouncing around doing, and there was a period where I worked like 3 weeks in a row. And it's just like, work hours are nuts. Am I going the right way? Do I have to go back to the Great Walkway or the Chieftain's Hall? I fucking love it, bro. Let's go. America's finest farm, and thank you for being awesome. Appreciate you guys. But yeah, like, no, the hours are nuts. Cause like that was insane. But now like I got my weekends off just like normal, like any other person at this point in time. Like now that we're done with planting, we already kicked all cattle out to grass. Like we're actually sitting pretty good with stuff. So yeah, point is Friday night. It's Friday night. I'm finally gonna stay up late for the first time in a while. I don't want to speak to her. They're just popping up dialogue. They slow you down with dialogue. That's what they do. That's what I'm beginning to realize. Said my dude. They're like, oh, so and so wants to talk to you, or so and so has something on their mind. Slows down, but it has benefits. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize that. Ah, it strengthens bonds. I had no idea. What if I do dialogue right now?
Yes, I suppose I can understand your curiosity.
Tell me how you joined the Jedi then.
I was
Okay.
found to be strong with the Force at a young age, as most Padawans are.
All right.
As a girl, I was given to the Order to be trained. When I joined the Order,
Next two things you said that you beat the game as light side for the first time a few months ago. The dialogue is a lot.
I have little contact with them, as it is discouraged.
I could skip through them, but like it's also like they're also sharing some lore drops and stuff like that. Joe Dirt, you're saying the voice of an angel.
Relationships with family members are fraught with powerful emotions. Such extremes are to be avoided. Anger and hate.
So you learn more
love can lead
a lot
to
about your character. Gotcha. Dude, yeah, I feel like I'm not learning a ton. Oh, wait. Relationships with family members are fraught with powerful emotions. Such extremes are to be avoided. Anger. Even love can lead to folly.
Emotional entanglement.
Entanglement. Now we can't speak, guys. We hit not being able to speaking phase. From the root beer. From the root beer. Jedi must be above such things. Okay. You don't sound very convinced. Don't miss your family at all. Yeah, she doesn't sound very convinced.
Lesson to learn. I was not on good terms.
So Dirt, you're saying not being able to
but I do remember missing
speak
my
phase?
father terribly for a long time.
Yes, sir. That's about where I'm at. It's about what I'm hitting. Be a hard lesson to learn. It's not good. It's all the family, but I do remember missing my father terribly for a very long time. Oh shoot! I don't need to hear the family history. Thanks. I love seeing responses like that.
I was not on good terms with my mother.
With her mother. She's got mommy issues.
I was old enough to resent her in the way she treated me.
Jodert116 cheered 20 bits.
Cheer 20 bits. Let's go. I'll take another sip.
To the next. She
Let's go. Let's go.
Fortune, and I hated her for it. I think she was relieved to give me to the Jedi, but my father was heartbroken.
That's another root beer sip. I'm gonna do it. Small one. Now water is my friend. I gotta drink water now. Alright. She whittled away my father's entire fortune, and I hated her for it. I think she was relieved to give me to the Jedi, but my father was heartbroken. Shit.
A child is too young to understand the sacrifices that must be made.
You guys like the head item?
Once I
her
was
little
older, I realized the wisdom
her
of
little
this
shield in
I
front of
think I
her
must do
eyes.
what is needed. Personal desires
I kind of want to change that. I'm not gonna lie, it's bothering me. But then my character's got one too. I need something different, man. I need to upgrade that look or update it, change it, do something. So light side Zalbar for repair security and Jedi for buff bot. Gotcha. Ooh, okay. That sounds like a nasty combo. Well, Zalbar is also tanky too, so like he can take some hits as well. Like I've always enjoyed running with Zalbar for that. It's like you got a character who's just naturally tanky. Keep tanking them. So he's the light side Mando. Oh hell yeah.
Even a Jedi cannot always control the feelings of the heart. We must do our best to guard against it, no matter what the cost. But some sacrifices are harder than others. I do not wish to discuss this anymore. I would rather return to our mission.
Oh, she was not happy with that. Well, we did update the journal entries, so there's that. But watch where you step while in our village, outsider. Oh, they didn't really hate me, bro. Do I have to go back to the dock? There's also a supply station here. Yo, you're saying spec his feats for melee. The fact you can eliminate some of the characters based on your decisions says so much. dude, I love that. I think we already had something there. Oh, we gotta go back through here? Ah, okay. I know we had to fight more enemies. Unless we're going too far.
Yeah.
Is it south? Oh, there it is. It's that other, yeah, it's that other little leg there at the very south end that I didn't go to before. I remember it now because I decided to go the other way, and I'm actually happy I did that because I went the right direction without realizing it. But yeah. You say the wrong thing and a whole character is eliminated from your options. Oh shit. Yo, Joe Dirt's gonna eat, he'll be back. Let's go, man.
What can I do?
We could run Force Whirlwind. And then I might just run, well, it's locking me into Flurry or Attack. Alright. So that's why she's good. Unless you're, oh, you're talking Dark Side. All her buffs and heals. Ooh. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's nuts, bro. That double bladed lightsaber, she's going crazy. I also have the heal, my heal ability's been upgraded as well, which is nice.
Huh?
Like I have it from that. It's on heal now, but it was I think it's cure. Cure was the ability before I upgraded to heal, and it feels like it's so nice now. He's mission with a single blaster. All right. So her battle meditation and other buffs are kind of OP. Ooh, okay. Like a rifle? You got a bowcaster? Ion rifle. What else we got? Trying to see what all she can use. Sonic rifle. We got Z's bowcaster as well. Talking about Bastila. Oh, her battle. Oh, okay, okay. You run a single blaster with her? Mission comes with Dex, good for blasters. She can take dueling. Oh, we're talking about mission with the good for blasters. Okay. I thought you were talking about Bastila. I was like, wait, what? All right. Blaster. Which one does the most damage that I got? 1 to 8 energy. It's about all of them. This one's got, the rifle's got range. So yeah, Castillo, give her a blaster. Bastila? Oh, Bendex blaster or carts? Oh shit. Okay. I didn't even look into the, yeah, some of those that were, I'm assuming, already equipped. It doesn't even show me carts unless I have to like equip him and then unequip his gun. Or should it actually show me on my list? I have to unequip. I can't change my party selection right now, so I think I will have to wait for that.
What can I do?
What?
Hold on. I'll give mission a blaster anyways. Some other sort. Blaster rifle, blaster carbon. 1 to 8 damage, 1 to 8 with the blaster rifle. Well, that's what, two-handed? I'm assuming that's two-handed. Yep, that's two-handed. Okay, we were running. Unless you just go with like a single blaster pistol. You can fast travel back to the ship on most planets. Oh yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's just run a blaster pistol with her.
Sure.
Yeah?
I wonder if that changes like what we can do with her. I'm kind of see, test the waters. See what happens. We'll go left. Here we go. She will be better in combat with a single blaster. Alright. With that improved sniper shot, that's kind of nice actually. The fact that it's like already upgraded for me. Okay.
What?
Oh, did that stun him?
Sure.
Oh boy. Okay. There's a chance to stun. Okay. Bet. Dude, that's sick. I didn't know that. I did not realize that at all. I mean, that's gonna be so helpful. Killed those enemies. Oh, we got more enemies down here. Let's just, why not? Just chuck a save in there. I'm saving a lot, and I feel like I need to. Alright, let's take these things out. Sometimes normal hits are better on weaker enemies, saves time. Okay, bet. And I'm assuming these guys are weaker enemies. They really haven't been too bad. So I might just run. Oh, 100% with that half. Took his health down to half of one like simple swing, man. That was nuts. Flying things are weak. Okay, I bet. Yeah, not menuing and auto attack if you are confident in your squad. Gotcha. That's what I have that set to auto pause in the combat round. There we go. That was just like super helpful for me when I was first learning everything. And now I'm realizing it actually probably takes me longer to get out of combat because now I just deal with that. But yeah, no, like in the beginning that was like super beneficial because I could just kind of slow down, take my time, see what I'm doing, look at what's happening, just be able to really observe and kind of learn my attacks as well. Honestly, it helped the learning process. I'm just feeling it. I'm just gonna give them all something to go do and let them have at it. Let them run. Just let them run. Just help your lucky brothers. Yes, sir. Look at that. Look at that. We suspend them. And then we cut them up like they're nothing. Do you want outsider? We'll let you post on our hunt. Rawl is not here for your amusement. Don't test me looking at it. Oh. Can I ask you some questions? Failure. Shit.
Yes?
What's he saying? Oh, well. Oh, you said she's good with him. Let's see what... Oh, okay. Alright, no, well, I'll just run around with her. You said that's that. When was the last time I saved? Oh, I can just run through it again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do this. I'm curious now. I'm kind of curious if I go back through
another
that
warrior joins the fellowship. Let's go.
Yo, Kitch, thank you so much for the follow, man. And yeah, Kitty K, I am loving the game so far. Said spoilers. Yeah, spoilers. Spoiler alert? Is that what you mean to say?
Sure.
Yeah?
So we said we don't spoil that. I appreciate that. Actually. Does that do much?
What can I do?
Alright, he's down. Back to it. Should be around the corner. Alright. Now I can save here. See, I love the fact that you can just save like right before it on wherever you're at least majority of the time. Where's the mission so far back here?
I'm here.
Here we go, here we go. The dialogue with that Wookiee isn't too important, not even to save before dialogue. Oh, I didn't know that. I just want to see like what if there's like a way to convince him. And does not act for us. Dude, it's just gonna fail me on the persuade because I don't have a high enough skill again. I bet. Like it just leads to this anyways. I'm just gonna do that anyways. Okay, never mind. I give up.
What?
I have to. Yeah. Bastila doesn't have a persuade skill, basically. That's all my main character, and I just did that for no reason. He said it's not that important after Terrace, okay. No, I'm probably going what? Reverse? Yeah, I'm going reverse. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna get through this now. Let's go. Let's do this. Yeah, regardless of what level of persuade is, conversation kind of ends the same. It's a dice roll. I didn't realize it was a dice roll. I thought there'd be like a little more to it, so saving before combos helps. I did save. I just assumed I was gonna get. I felt like I was gonna get that regardless, but is it saved now? You're right, saving before the combo def helped. Alright, let's see what this guy says. Just unlock the thing, lower me down. Not ready, I'll go down later. Okay, let's see what he says. Those that walk the shuttle lanes do so at their own risk. It is a test of bravery among my people. I respect feet. But you come here like the Saga with strange weapons is so much more than we have. Yeah, you still fear. Oh, you are pathetic. Oh my gosh. You will get no warnings from me? Prove your worth to us. And to yourself. Oh shit. Has anyone else been down recently? Tell me of the Wookiees so I might show proper respect. Oh, success, guys. It's a good practice to get in regardless, even if you know what's happening. Gotcha. Jake Wolf, thank you so much for the like and live, man. Much appreciated, dude. Welcome back to the stream. All right. Just below mad craze killing all. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see. Okay. Okay, that's that. So now turn on him, Kitty Kate. What a crazy series of events. They even have a nice little cutscene for us. All right. This is cool. This is super creepy and like mysterious. I love it. Dude, this is so cool. Make them paper slothful ways. So I will assume there hasn't been. Okay, I'll take you back to the surface, but you're just. Alright. Where can we go? Well, what's the map looking like? Like a giant maze? Yeah, that's cool. Spiders? What is that thing? What are those? Oh, what's a KOTOR? What is this? So he went to Tatooine first, so the fight you were expecting is later. Oh, okay. Something else coming up.
I'm here.
Said they aren't dangerous. Oh, gotcha. So I don't even have to like prepare really. I thought they were gonna be a little bit more of a challenge. But just do simple attacks. They're fastest. So next level up, go Valor Speed. Gotcha. Recommend Spear's Light.
Sure.
I'm here.
We got Night Speed on her. I'm checking to see. Do I? I don't have any level ups, do I? No. Oh, you know what I do need? Gear. Actually, we got heals on our guy. We're goated.
Yes.
I love that. Next two things, yep. That it is. I just haven't been taking advantage of it. Oh, come on, guys, get out of my way. There we go. There's a corpse here. That's a new weapon.
What?
What is that? Can we equip that? I want to see what we just picked up there. Bro, should we be running a Mandalorian heavy pistol? That thing looks kind of crazy. Is it for mission? Yes, bet. Yo, thanks so much for the like and the live there. Let's go. I want to see, before I do anything else, I want to see if we have anything comparable to that. I don't think we do. I don't think anything's going to beat that damage. This is 3 to 10 damage. Energy damage bonus is +2 physical. It's 4 to 11. I mean, I think she's gonna be pretty fire with that. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Was that fire pistol or fire pistol? Oh my god, heavy pistol. It's the Mandalorian heavy pistol. It looks kind of filthy, I'm not gonna lie. Like it's seemed pretty nice compared to the others. Make sure I have something rolling. Anything rolling there. All right. Boom. You said thought she had a regular blaster. Oh, we got someone to help here. Hold up. Oh, this is our next party member. I bet you. I bet you this is my next
damnable
party
racket of battle.
I bet we help him.
Even more of these crawling beasts are
He
hiding
might join
in the
us. He might join us. Actually, this would be sick. Saying, here we go. Is it me, or does he actually kind of match the he kind of matches that little oh, because they put a little like shadow in his place of his little icon for select him in the party. I'm assuming that's him. Who are you? What are you doing?
Jolie Bindo.
Jolie
Follow
Bindo.
me to my camp and we'll talk a bit.
Okay, bet.
Don't start fawning just yet. I'm too old for it. I know a few things, but we can talk about it at my camp.
Okay.
Keep close.
Okay.
It's nearby under a log.
I like this guy so
Yeah,
far, man.
I live like some burrowing rodent.
He's your
I
heel
fought the
bot.
Sith.
That's dope.
Now look at me.
He'll probably have a lot of like what, wisdom? Be like a high wisdom build. I'm just assuming because he's older. For Mace Windu. Here there was Jolie Bindo. Focus, wisdom, and Dex taught him. Oh my gosh. That sounds cool.
Well, welcome to my home, such as it
Great
is.
with the force.
Pull up a stump and be comfortable. We should discuss a few
Yo, what up, Charles? Coming through. Runga di Hadunga. Welcome to my home, such as it is. Pull up a stump and be comfortable. We should discuss a few things. Okay.
Don't coddle me, child. I'm neither a Jedi nor your master. I'm just an old man that's been lost in the woods for far too long.
Damn.
My days of glory are behind me, but perhaps there is something I can do for you. You must have questions.
All right.
Now, why would you be asking about that? Don't answer. I knew that had to be why you were here. The problems of a few Wookiees don't amount to anything before the concerns of the Jedi. No, you are here for the map. Kashyyyk is an interesting place.
What's he gonna say?
Than anyone suspects. If Zerka Corporation knew, the planet would be a strip mine. The Wookiees have their legends that they were not always here, but it is more than that. The trees themselves are strangers. What I'm saying is that there are literally walls in your way, and you won't find what you need without my help. And my help has a price.
Oh, shit.
You must do a task for me, and then allow me to join with you. I will then remove certain barriers in your path.
Bet. That sounds really cool.
Oh, save it. I know this sounds absurd, but I'm old and entitled to work you around a bit. Besides, the test is simple. Since
cool.
they began expanding in the Shadowlands, the Zerka have a group of them set up camp not far from here.
Just gotta take them out.
Poachers is all they are. I'd like them removed from this place.
Yup.
They don't respect this place. They're butchering wildlife and threatening entire species. It's getting under my skin.
That's true.
The Wookiees could take care of themselves if they wished, but the animals are truly helpful.
Alright, I'll try to learn from this humble task. I agree, so the aged semi-Jedi wants me to get some kids off his lawn. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Oh, please, this is arbitrary errand work. But such are the requests of the aged. Their camp is in the far northeast. Now remember, if I wanted them...
Alright. Find a better way?
You presumably have a ship. I've seen all I wish to here, and perhaps your destiny might show me.
Oh, I like that. Why not just get rid of them yourself? I will look into it.
Return.
Yeah, let's go do this. So he is spicy, lol. Let's go. Dude, this will be sick. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. There's gonna be like a lot of like arms to this map. I can already tell. I need to make sure I know where I'm going. Northeast of his camp. North and east of his camp. Is this that's the basket up though. I'm thinking northwest. Northeast is gonna be straight. It's gonna be one of the two arms. And I don't know which way to go, but we'll find out. So you don't explore every corner? I mean, if it leads me to it. Wait. Sometimes I do. I might as well, but let's do simple. What in the world? There we go. Simple moves on these guys. I'll see what happens. After I defeat these guys, I'll probably just save and then continue on and see where I end up. Sometimes I don't know like which way exactly gets me to the thing, and I end up going in the right order anyways. That's true. Alright. There's nothing new here. We did get some XP actually from killing those things, so it's random cheat in a box in a random part of the map. Not near the mission objective. Well, at least I know it's the other direction. Alright, let's do it.
What can I do?
Mission, what are you doing? Oh. Yeah, this is nothing. There we go.
You cannot.
What?
There we go. There we go. So I love the way I did it. Alright. I'm taking out this thing. Alright, cool. Keep rolling. I just want to add this guy to my party. I'm gonna get him added to my party, and I'll probably call it a night.
Yes? Huh?
Never had more fun playing this game than this one. Yay, Bars! Thank you so much for coming through in the chat there. Any demolition experts? She got this. Dude, she's a pro. Oh. Nah, I don't want to go solo mode. I kind of want to chill back with her.
What?
See what happens with my guy. Wait, let's heal. Let's heal first. Yeah, get those heals. Get those heals. One more. Alright, let's save. Just because. So where's Zalbar? Zalbar had to stay behind. We took the elevator to the floor, and Zalbar was forced to stay back.
Who are you, another civil merchant?
He's
like
locked
that
up in the
Koro
pen like
slime up
saying
on
to
the
say.
docking ring? This is my territory. I don't make deals, and I don't. The crazy old fool is still alive. I suppose he's still upset that we don't all live in little homemade shacks like he chooses. I've got a job to do here, and there's nothing you or that old coot can do.
I feel like we're just gonna take these guys out. It's a tough choices.
Is that old hermit Jolie trying to talk you into doing his dirty work? We've spent too much on setting up just to walk away. As long as the sonic emitters keep the Preds away and I've got bodies to guard the perimeter, we're staying right here. I mean, if I can put up with my own worthless guards complaining about this place, Jolie whining through you is nothing.
We just need to kick them out, man. You're hungry? Need some beef? Beef does sound good. Does sound good. For dinner, I ended up eating some like I ate some hamburger and some rice. That was pretty much it.
If you made it this far, you know a fair bit already. What would I be able to tell you? I'm no nav officer. I work on the ground, and I haven't seen anything like that around here. Of course, we haven't been much deeper than this. The eastern forest gets even more dangerous.
Oh, the eastern forest. I know where we're gonna be going. Said I had the same thing minus the rice. Oh, hell yeah, Sand. Hell yeah. Dude, you can't beat a hamburger. A hamburger, or even like, or even a good steak. You weren't safe with blasters? Back to general questions. All right, I have other questions, but
if you made it. It ain't easy. We've set up a perimeter of sonic emitters keeping the Preds away.
Hey,
it's worked so far.
My family farms,
as long as the emitters are
I get free
we're pretty
beef.
Much safe. It makes harvesting a lot easier.
Not that it's like free, because I mean they do have to pay like a butcher fee, because normally what happens is we get a few cattle that end up with like maybe a bad foot or a bad leg, and they just kind of become a little bit crippled. A lot of those guys that basically won't sell, we will send up to a neighbor, and we give him grain to feed them, and then he basically just feeds them out for us. And usually we end up with just like a few that we butcher. But yeah, dude, it's kind of nice. Aside from the damn butcher fee, which is insane. But you're like, well, if I'm gonna be paying that much money, I better be getting that much beef. You know, It's just insane though, like how much beef you can get off of just one cow. Alright, as long as the emitters are operational, we're pretty much safe. It makes harvesting a lot easier.
Hurry up, you. I don't need this kind of garbage from you. Watch your mouth. I'm the only law there is. If you've got something to say, get on with it. Otherwise, leave me alone. I've credits to earn.
I should just kill you. No one will ever know. I kind of feel like going with that response. I just don't know like what else I really want to tell them. Price of beef is nuts.
Yes, as long as the sun. I mean, if I can. If you made it. What? No, some of the more exotic speech. Talk to me about.
Talk to me about work and maybe I'll tell you more.
Hurry up, you're eating into my... I could use an extra hand. A couple men have gone missing. We are hunting the little simians, the tack. They have a gland that acts as a stimulant when powdered.
Okay.
I figure I've got 2 or 3 wealthy years to butcher the lot of them.
So there you go.
You want in before I make them extinct? No. I'll be rich by then, and we won't need to do it anymore. I don't have to worry about it. Besides, if there's no more tack, the predators that eat them will die off, and we'll have an easier time milking this planet.
That's kind of shitty.
Hurry up. All right, I'm done talking with you.
Okay.
You've got under my skin one too many times. I'll bury you down here.
No! What was my last save? You said, bro. I don't want that. Oh shit, where are we at? Like currently, if I just go save, hold on. This is a test slot. I just want to see what my time is. 18 minutes, only 8 minutes. At least kill the text, get some money, then kill him. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. You said, oh no? Wait, what? What are you talking about, Sand? Or play it, go back. Play it back. Just load it back at that last save. I just wanted to see where I was at exactly, but yeah. Let me hold on.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna load back. And I still have that save from that point that we were just at as a third save, so what, go watch you do your thing. Originally I was just gonna kill him. Get rid of him and then just go right back to our other guy. Oh, I am like right here too, so.
Who are you? Another civil... I don't make deals.
You're dead set on it now?
A crazy old... I've got a job to do. I could use an ex... We are hunting the little... I figure I've got... I really can't. All right, then, I'll spray you with this scent. Then you just carve them up. There's a big... I'd feel guilty if the money weren't... Hurry up, you're eating it. Good.
So there you go. We'll check it. Oh my gosh, are they like little monkeys? What in the world? Oh, he's just wiped. Is it harvest them? All right. Can I not? Okay. Party members, leave, please. Leave from the remains. There we go. Sometimes they just kind of get in the way.
What can I do? What?
Let's go. One hit kills. Boom. We got more remains. I don't want to do that.
Didn't work.
Cool. There we go. Oh, come on, let me pick it up. There we go. I'm like always really close, just like one step closer. Did they say how many we needed? Because I'm just murdering them all. Figure I've got 2 or 3 wealthy years to butcher a lot of them. You want to end before I make them extinct? Oh, we're just killing them all. We are actually, yep. Get paid for each one. Okay. That's cool. Do I need to make my way through, or like how far do I go until I can go back and complete that? Do I just keep moving forward? Like I don't know how far to go east. Is it side stuff? What's this? We got level up though. Skills? We could run more persuade. Awareness is also nice too. Awareness is always active, but results are best while the character is moving slowly. Bro, I might just run more persuade. Right? That would help with some of the persuade dialogue. Intelligence gives you more points in this feat. Oh. I gotcha. You can also run another treat injury as well. We don't use med packs. We don't have to use med packs. It's a no persuade. Let's see, security is really nice for digging through loot chests, so your fill lockers. I'll do that. Oh, so we got the heal. There's the night speed, which is nice, and you eventually get to that master speed. Dude, I can't wait to get the force wave. Force suppression, force breach. For lightsabers, shock, fear, slow. Choke? That's freaking crazy. Kill? Oh my gosh. Dude, that's so sick though. Force aura. The Jedi is temporarily granted a +4 damage or +4 bonus to defense and all saving throws. That probably helps against Dark Jedi. And yeah, you said force speed, force or night speed gives one extra hit. That's true. That's true because we got it on our other Jedi. I'll just do that. I'm gonna disable it. Well, I should be just.
What can I do? Huh?
I should have been doing that with. Did he stop? Okay, he did.
Sure.
When you use it, automatically applies to your main character. Okay, bet. Force field.
No problem.
Security?
Didn't work.
Shimmer of a repulsor field is visible before you. It stands in stark contrast with the foliage around it. So obviously, I should have saved this. What was I doing? What was I doing? Yo, what up, Jay? Welcome to the stream, man. So holy shit, I completely forgot. You completed this game 3 times. Never was a fan of KOTOR 2 on PC. Gotcha. Oh, I meant to like. I don't even know what I just did. I just didn't answer. Now I can save though. So what stats and weapon setup you go with? I went with like one short lightsaber in my offhand, or my left hand. And then a regular in my right. I could show you. I got like my class. So I'm a Jedi Sentinel. I got my strength there, Dex, Constitution, all of that. I got Fortitude 15. Let's see. I got different. So like these have my different skill stats, which I get. I didn't realize it, guys, but I get a ton of bonuses from armor and gear. I didn't realize I was getting so many bonuses, but it's like I got a bonus on almost every single area, which is nuts to me. It's like those just buff the shit out of you, which is nice. Denies all followers by any droids and abusing Zalbar's explosive trait. Well, Zalbar, dude, he's currently locked up right now, and we're down on the floor of this area trying to find that star map. But then we're also doing a quest for another guy who I think is going to be our last party member. Zalbar is, yeah, it's currently locked up.
No problem. Didn't work.
Yes? Let me try. I can't. Huh? Gotcha.
Oh, if he were here, he would allow you to pass through it. Okay, so maybe we just return back then. So gotta read what it says. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, this means we can night speed this and then run. Yo, what up, man? You say, hey man, to open the force field, you have to do the mission for Joe. Yeah. So like what I was doing was I was going through and killing all those things. I just didn't know when that ended, when that stopped, when I needed to come back. So I just kept going straight on. Where's our guy to talk to? Commander Dern.
Yeah. Unless I'll take whatever you have. Keep it up and we'll both be rich. At least until we bleed this.
Wait, so like did I actually get anything for that? For giving him that gland? So no, that's right. Isn't it guard? Yeah, yep. So when you leave?
Good.
But like, or is it just right now? No. Leave and talk to him again. So that, oh, that was all? That was all he wanted?
Back again.
Okay, can I just kill him now? Don't we have to kill him anyways?
If you've got something to say.
If you want the dark side. But like, I don't know what else to do. Or can you just decide not to kill him? Like, I don't know how else I'm gonna go about this.
Is that old hermit Jolie trying to talk you into
light
doing
side,
his
you
dirty
shut
work?
down the little
We've spent
machines.
too much on. As long as the sonic emitters keep the Preds away, and I've got bodies to. I mean, if I can. Good. I'm not down.
All right.
Another warrior joins the fellowship.
Oh,
Let's
try that.
go.
Yo, Jay, thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope I'm doing this stuff right. If your persuade is high enough, you think the guards will do it?
You want anything, you'll have to talk. Why am I here? I'm here because this is where the commander told me to stand. And that's all there is to it. I'm just a guard
you have to
for
get
this emitter.
them to do it.
Why couldn't they have just equipped this lump of tech with a blaster
Appreciate it,
and left
man.
me at home? I'm not here because I know stuff. I handle a... They generate a sonic barrier that allows us to stay in this wonderful location.
Okay.
It keeps the big predators away. I don't know how it works, really. I just know that if they go down,
take these bad boys out, man.
Overrun.
Take them out. This persuades like 2.
What of it? I don't like being here, that's for sure.
Let's go.
I suppose you could
take
this code and shut down the emitter I'm guarding. Enough of those emitters go down, and the camp will have to move out. But I never said anything.
Well, do it for me. 2. My persuade's like 8 or 9.
You want anything? Why am I here? I'm just a guard. I'm not here because I know stuff.
Oh yeah. You have to shut down like 3 or 4 of them.
Another warrior joins the fellowship.
Ian,
Let's
thank you so much
go.
For the poll, man. Much appreciated. Let's go, dude.
What do you want? I don't like being here. That's enough of those You want anything, you'll have. Why am I here? I'm just a guard. What do you want to know about that? I don't like being here. Enough of those You want anything?
I'm assuming like we're.
Why am I here? I'm just a guard.
We're not just running in circles, are we?
Why couldn't they have just equipped this lump of tech
this guy
with a
trying to put him
blaster and left me
down.
at
Hate
home?
watching this live. What? Why not? Is that not doing it?
I don't like being here. That's
if I go to each person and persuade them all? Or is that just, or do I actually have to do like the 3 or 4? Enjoying live, bro. JK Harvey. Let's just fuck with this shit and see what happens. Oh god. What? Nice pissed. Uh-oh.
Run!
So
Run!
people won't tell you what to do. Dude, what? Was that a Rancor? Oh my god. Well, that just absolutely took him, bro. Let's save. He says mutated. That's nuts. It's kind of freaky. But now we gotta go back to his hut because now they're gone. We'll speed this up. Yep. I'll take those. There we go. More loot.
Welcome back. I wonder. Yes, I could feel it as you walked near. And I don't sense the smell of death on you. You spared them.
Forgot the names, but they feed on the Force. Are you talking about the little guys like jumping around? There's nothing to gain by killing them.
If you imagined a meaning behind it, I suppose that's good. But I don't think such a trivial thing.
Oh, you're
is
talking
anyway a
about the,
measure of a person.
okay, the mini Rancor. Dude, Ben saying night. Sorry, couldn't stay long. Dude, sounds good. Want to pop in real quick and see the progress. Dude, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. We're just bouncing from planet to planet now.
Yes, and on the other side, ancient answers.
Answers?
Perhaps a Wookiee you were seeking.
What?
He's in the mood for visitors.
Oh shit. Yep. He's in our party. Dude. You know what, guys? That is awesome. I mean, now I can just run. This character must be a member of your party at this time. Bet. Dude, that's so sick. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, I cannot wait. Now you're gone. Yeah, and I think, honestly, I might save here. And we'll probably call it a night since it's getting pretty late on my end. Dude. That feels like major progress, even though it took me forever to get there. Nathan Kyle, welcome to the stream, man. Jolie and HK's a vibe. Sick. Kitty Kate's just bloodthirsty? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I gotta, well, it's getting late. And I might have a few things to do with the family tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and save here. And then I don't even know like what my plans will be for this weekend. If I stream, I'll probably be up around 8:00 p.m. Central Time. But I'll do my best to kind of update my stories for TikTok and on Twitch as well. And I'll even try to get a post up on in my community section on YouTube. I gotta hop off, man. He said slaughter the Wookiees. Kitty Kate's going crazy with that bloodthirsty theory there. You have a point for the for that dark side. Those dark side points. You just know. Stan, you said when will you continue the saga? I want to be there. 8 p.m. what time? So if I go live tomorrow night and Sunday night, it will be right around 8 p.m. Central Time. But what I'll do is I'll try to keep you guys updated on my story on TikTok. And then I'll probably upload something to my Twitch story as well, and to my community section on YouTube. But like I'll do my best to get an update out there for you, letting you know ahead of time whether I'm gonna be able to go live later in the night. So like I feel like that's the best way to do it, because sometimes I stream on the weekends, sometimes I don't. It just depends on like what I've got going on around me. But like if I stay home on the weekend, then yeah, dude, I'm for sure streaming. But like aside from that, like say I don't stream over the weekend, I will for sure be back at it Monday night, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. That's like my typical schedule is Monday to Friday, 7:30 p.m. Central Time every night. The economy is broken. But yeah, dude, like I know it was sick. You guys absolutely went crazy tonight. Might even put some tunes on. I kind of like this chill. This one's super chill, but I'm gonna take another drink out of my root beer real quick. I feel like I gotta. The drink that set me in circles. All right, guys. So yeah, that's gonna kind of be my plan for the weekend. I'll just try to let you guys know, keep you updated, and we'll just see what happens. I'll for sure be live again Monday night, but then the weekend, yeah, I'll just try to keep you updated. Not really knowing like what's gonna happen for me. But dude, yeah. Dude, Sam, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Kitty K, thank you guys so much for hopping back in the stream. I appreciate it. I am currently live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and TikTok. All you guys have to do is look up iAchieve or iAchieve Studios. I am typically trying to post clips daily, which I actually might wake up in the morning and do some editing and get some clips ready. But yeah, I'll be trying to even post clips tomorrow and Sunday too. Even if I don't go live, I'm trying to get clips up regardless. But yeah, guys, once again, thanks so much for tuning in. And guys, oh, Discord, yes, Sand, yes, thank you so much for saying something. I would have completely forgot. I was thinking I actually had something on my YouTube page. Let me go to my YouTube channel. It might have been in my like bio even. Get more links. Join the Discord. I think this might be it. I don't know if this will go through or how this will work if I send it to chat. I'll go Discord server link. There we go. So I went ahead and sent that in chat. And then I'm thinking it should go ahead and kind of update on screen here in a second. Notice it's not allowing me to put that in. Here's what I could also do: copy, paste, boom, boom, boom. I wonder if I can. I'm trying to figure out if there's like another way I could put it in chat for you guys. But like it is in my bio on YouTube. You kind of look at like my YouTube channel description, and it's at like the bottom of my channel description. There's gotta be easier ways to access that though. That's so weird how it just wasn't coming through, at least on screen. But like I did put that in, Sand, I did put that in on, well, I sent it on the live chat through TikTok. I don't know if you can see that or not. I don't know, I kind of assume you can't, but it like wasn't popping it up on my actual like live stream there in the corner. Said you can't. Gotcha. It might be sensing the link. I mean, I'm trying to think right now. Let me go. I'm gonna go to my TikTok real quick. Dude, yeah, I don't even know what I can do. Hold up. I gotta think of like how to fix this or how to go about this. With getting that link up there. I'm just gonna put it on screen. This is like, I don't know. I don't really know like how else to do this. So I'm just gonna go Discord link. Boom. Okay, that's. I gotta. Let me lower that. That thing's freaking massive. What in the world? I literally just copied and pasted this freaking thing, man. I could literally just run this, and now I'm just gonna font maybe. Size, I don't know. 50. There we go. I don't know if you see that. I kind of just drug that down below. I mean, that's technically my like Discord server link. If you just wanted to like jot that down or find a way. But yeah, you're on my YouTube. Okay, that works, Sam, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, it's on there, and then it should just take you straight to my Discord server, which I probably need to reorganize it at some point, but that'd be another weekend's job for me. But yeah, no, anyways guys, I'm gonna go ahead and hop out for the night, man. I'm gonna go ahead and put on Star Wars The Clone Wars and grind through some of that for a little bit and call it a night. But yeah guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see everyone in the next stream, and I'll keep you guys updated for the weekend.